Good morning. Okay. Hello. It's me, Psycho Bunny. We're back in Winter's Wish. We are continuing where we left off. We are still in Prologue 1, Samurai Towns. Good morning, Ninja. So right now we've just found this undercover Ronin group that wants to overthrow. No, not really. They just want to be accepted. Oh man, imagine that. Being accepted. Crazy. That's all they want. So that's where we're at right now. I need to start remembering to write notes after I finish a stream because I realize I have the shortest term of memories. And I'm going to try to do reviews going forward. It's still such a big question. I just played on a Xbox controller yesterday, so my buttons are backwards again. But yeah. The day after we finished our report to the Oniwaban, the Samurai Town team gathered in the audience room. The reason, of course, was to once again report to Lord Yoshimun about the case of Kaigo Tenshibo, which is his illegitimate son.
吉宗様のご落胤を名乗る者が浪人を不当に募っていることが分かりました。
And that's how we found out that someone calling himself the illegitimate son of Lord Yoshimun had been illegally gathering Ronin.
お庭番からの報告によれば、天一坊は良いかを刺激する力で浪人からの信頼を得ているようです。
According to the report from the Oniwaban, Tenshibo gained Ronin's trust through his ability to control the Blightfall.
目安箱に投函された訴状も確かめ
Oh
ました。
yeah, Blightfall.
彼の目的は吉宗様からの認知とそれ相応の身分とのこと。
He also submitted a formal complaint to the petition box. His goal is to legitimization, I guess, from Lord Yoshimun, as well as a befitting status.
なるほど。困ったことになったな。
See, we're in quite a pickle, it seems. After hearing all the reports, Lord Yoshimun responded as if it had nothing to do with
ちなみ
him.
に、良いかを刺激する人間というのはこれまでに発見されているのか？
By the way, have we ever encountered a human controlling Blightfall before?
いえ、ございません。江戸にお庭番が結成されてより約10年。そのようなものは一人もおりませんでした。
No. No one has. In the 10 years since the formation of the Oniwaban, there hasn't been a single person capable of such a thing.
今日、大阪にいる者たちにも確認を取りましたが、こちらも同様です。
Confirmed with those in Kyoto and Osaka, and it's the same there.
となると、お庭番始まって以来ということになるな。
Which means this is the first time since Oniwaban began. After he said that, Yoshimun turned his gaze towards
そなた
us.
たちが今回の件を報告してくれたそうだな。今の話に何か補足するような点はあるか？
Yeah, Yoshimun, is it true? Is this your kid? I hear you were the ones who reported the case. Is there anything you wish to add?
いえ、特にございません。
No, nothing in particular.
同じく。
Same.
そなたはどうだ？そなたの目には何が見えた？
Leah, how about you? What did you see with your eyes? Oh my goodness. Ooh, my voice just cracked. That was so crazy. By the way, it's sticker day, so we went to Dutch Bros this morning. How about you? What did you see with your eyes? At Lord Yoshimun's question, I tried to recall once more the shocking sight. When Tenshibo looked like as he raised his arms into the sky in order to summon a Blightfall. When Tenshibo summoned the Blightfall, I saw what appeared to be black threads attached to his hand.
人間にそのような形で黒い糸がつくのは珍しいことか？
Is it rare for black threads to attach themselves in such a way to a human? Yes, that was the first time I've seen it. Normal humans should only have threads at their neck.
なるほど。となると、その糸が良いかを召喚する方法と関係しているのやもしれんな。
So that means the threads could have to do with how he summons the Blightfall.
今後そなたたちは天一坊がどのようにして良いかを召喚しているのか突き止めよ。
From henceforth, you are to find out how Tenchibo is summoning the
お
Blightfall.
そらくその調査はそなたがいた方が円滑に進むだろう。
That investigation will most likely proceed most smoothly with you involved, Leah.
はい。
Affirmative.
では、天一坊開業の素性については調べる必要はないという認識でよろしいでしょうか。
Are we correct to presume that there is no need to investigate Kaigo Tenchibo's identity?
ああ、天一坊側から接触もあった。こういったことは関東軍隊に調査してもらうのが確実だろう。
Yes, we already had the contract from Tenchibo's side. Having the Kanto magistrate open an investigation would be the best option. A job title for local administrative office officials within the shogunate. Their magistrate controls shogunate territories in the Kanto region. I don't know why, but I just pictured that as Pokemon, and I just realized my screen wasn't selected right.
それゆえ、彼が本当に楽園か否かについては、お前たちが気にする必要はない。
Therefore, there'll be no need to concern yourself over whether he is really the legitimate son or not. Everyone nodded as if they were convinced by the additional explanation. It seemed that the conversation had reached an endpoint. May I ask you a question, Lord Yoshimon?
許す。申してみよ。
I'll allow it. Ask away. Lord Yoshimon, do you have any thoughts on Kaigo Tenchibo?
心当たり
Thoughts, you say? Like whether or not Tenchibo is really your
あ
child?
あ、何かと思えばそのことか。だったら
Is that what you're talking about? In that case,
無論ある。むしろありすぎるくらいだな。
of course I have thoughts on it. Too many, in fact.
殿、
Your lordship. Huh? What does that mean exactly?
よしろ、お主の口から説明してやってくれ。
Kyoshioto, I want you to explain.
かしこまりました。
I understand. Ordered by Lord Loshimon, Koshioto readjusted his seiza with a somewhat defeated look on his face.
吉宗様が将軍となる前、紀州藩の藩主だったのは知っているだろう。
I'm sure you know that before Lord Yoshimon became the shogun, he was the daimyo of Kishu province.
その頃の吉宗様は今よりも自由に動くことができたので、時間さえあれば市中を歩
You're
き回
about
って
to
いた。
learn something dark. At the time, Lord Yoshimon could move more freely than he can now, so when he had time, he walked around the cities. Was he trying to see how the citizens were living from up close?
そうだ。そしてその結果、
That's right, and as a
多
result,
くの女性と関係を持った。
he had relations with many women. Huh?
吉宗様、その時に関係を持った女性の数を覚えていらっしゃいますか？
Lord Yoshimon, do you remember how many women you had relationship with during that time?
いや、まったく。人との出会いは一期一会だ。いちいち数えたりはせん。
Not at all. I may well never meet them again. I don't bother counting each and every one of them.
だ、そうだ。
There you have it. They spoke of the truth so calmly as if it were nothing more than small talk. I was shaken. Lord Yoshimon was a womanizer?
そんなのうちじゃ常識だぞ。
That's common knowledge here.
みんな知ってる。
Yeah, everybody knows. Then there's a chance that Tenchibo is a child from that time period?
否定できぬな。九段の天一坊とやらの年もそなたと同じくらいなのだろう。
I
だ
can't
ったら
deny it.
ありえぬ話ではない。
The Tenchibo in question is around your age, no? Then it's not possible. Not
俺に隠
impossible.
し事は一本取られたな。
Me having an illegitimate child? You sure got me there. And so, Lord Yoshimon's loud laughter resounded through the room and lowered the curtains on a nerve-wracking conversation. After we left the audience room, as we walked, we discussed our future
とりあえ
plans.
ず天一坊がどう良いかを召喚しているのかは 本人を観察しないことには始まらないな。
In any case, we won't figure out how Tenchibo summons the Blightfall unless we observe the man.
幸い連中の仲間にはなれたわけだし、
Luckily,
ちょい
we've
ちょい
become
集会に
friends
参加しとくか。
with a lot of them, so let's try to participate in meetings every once in a while. Agreed. My powers should be able to play a role here. I have to watch carefully.
で、それ以
You
外の
could
時
also
間
just
は
date the guy.
俺と友成で交代して天一坊を見張っておく。
And outside of those times, Tomonari and I will take turns watching over Tenchibo.
あいつは良いかが使えるわけだし、下手な動きがあったらまずいからな。
Considering he can control Blightfall, we need to be on our best behavior.
わかった。
Understood. Shouldn't I watch over him too? I might be able to see things, and it would be difficult for just the two of you to observe him constantly, right?
それはそうなんだが。
That's true, but
君はやめておいた方がいいよ。見張りをするのもちゃんとした技術がいるし、それに。
you shouldn't do it. It takes proper skill to keep watch, not to mention. Upon saying that much, Tomonari fell silent with a complicated expression on his face. What's wrong, Tomonari?
お前、天一坊に求婚されたのを忘れてるな。一人で見張ってる時にあいつに見つかったら面倒くさいことになるぞ。
Did you forget? Tenchibo's proposed to you. If he finds you while you're standing guard alone, handling him is going to be a pain in the... That's right. So much happened that I almost forgot Tenchibo confessed to me. But that felt like an extension of the roleplay, so I wonder if he was really serious. It was true that he had affection for me, but threads can't tell me what kind of affection that is.
そういうわけだ。見張りは俺たちに任せておけって。な。
So that's that. Leave the watching to us, okay? Yes, I understand. Thank you for your work. I myself had many thoughts on the matter. In any case, I didn't have the skill. I had no choice but to accept the decision. Time to go become BFFs with all of those women, I guess. From that day on, the samurai team surveillance of Tenchigo began. We would participate together in so-called meetings, which were actually drinking parties. Tomonari and Tojo would watch him shadowing his steps, but through all of that, Tenchibo did not make any new moves. From the looks of it, he was sincerely waiting for a reply from the shogunate. Of course, I also tried observing Tenchibo myself, but the black threads never appeared on his arm. A few days later, I was taking a casual stroll around Samurai Town while holding Komame in my arms. Komame, the weather's so good today. Jeep! There wasn't a meeting with Tenchibo and the others that day, so I also got a day off from Onichiwa-ban. The bird's just dead center on her kimono now. Okay. I offered to help Kyoshiro, but he told me to focus on Tenchibo's case and turned me down. An incident where Kaio Tenchibo, a Yamabushi monk, assembled a group of ronin while claiming to be the illegitimate son of Yoshimun Tokugawa, the 8th shogun from the Edo shogunate. He controls Blightfall for his own uses. In that case, then there's only thing left for me to do is patrol. I still haven't grasped the layout of Samurai Town, so I have to take this chance to learn it properly. Komame, let's hurry out today. Let's hang out today. Chirp! When I quietly addressed her, Komame energetically spread her wings on my arm. Forgot she's a Disney princess. She's got a pet. I continued to walk for 4.5 bells. No matter where I went, everything looked like the same old samurai town, but then it suddenly appeared. This is... At first, it looked like a normal samurai mansion, but beyond the pure white walls, I could hear the delighted and shrill sounds of children having fun. This might be the first time I've come across children gathered in Samurai Town. They seem like they are having fun, but I wonder what they're doing. Even though I knew it was rude, I furtively peeked inside. Furtively. There I saw around 10 children gathered in the yard. There was a fair age gap between the children. It seemed there were kids who were between the ages of around 5 to 10. And in the middle of all these children was...
お前ら、はしゃぎすぎるなよ。転んだりしたら危ないからな。
Look at that arm. Guys, don't get too excited. I don't want to see you getting hurt.
わかってるってば、師匠。
We know, Master.
師匠も一緒に遊ぼう。鬼やって。
Master, can we play tag? You can be it. To my surprise, Tojo was there. He seemed to be having fun playing while the children pulled on his arm. I immediately looked at the door plate and found Tojo's name unmistakably carved into it. Is this Tojo's mansion? But why is he with so many children? There's no way that this is a mission from the Oniwabon. I continued to watch in surprise when one of the children suddenly turned to look at me.
あれ師匠、門のところにお客さんが来てるみたいだよ。
Master, there's a guest at the door.
今日は来客の予定なんてなかったはずだが。
I don't recall planning for any guests to come over.
お前じゃないか。お、こまめも一緒か。
Wait, it's Leah. When Komame's with you too? Jeep! When Tojo called out her name, Komame became guarded and buried her face in my arms. Komame, what's wrong?
こまめは相変わらずだな。
Komame never changes. Tojo walked towards me while scratching the back of his head, looking forward forlorn. I'm sorry for coming here so suddenly. I just happened to pass
い
by.
や、それなら問題ない。今日は散歩でもしてたのか？
Don't worry about it. Were you on a stroll today? Yeah, I wanted to properly learn the layout of Samurai Town. What were you doing, Tojo?
俺か？俺は見ての通り、子供たちと遊んでたんだ。
Me,
日
as
中
you
は
can
友達が
see,
見張りをしてくれてるから、時間に余裕があって。
I'm playing with the kids. Tomonari keeps watch during the day, so I have a lot of time.
ああ、そういえばお前には言ってなかったな。実は俺、屋敷を借りて寺子屋をやってる
A
んだ。
temple school.
この
Ooh.
集まりもその一環みたいなもんさ。
I haven't told you. I'm actually renting this mansion and running a temple school. This gathering is kind of part of that. What, really?
まあ、任務もあるから、たまにしか開けないけどな。
I have missions, so I can only open classes on occasion. And then Tojo glanced at the children playing in the back. A teacher at a temple school. Tojo seems like he's good at taking care of people, so this job suits him. But it's rare for a temple school to only open on occasion. What kind of things do you teach them?
そうだな。ここに来るのは武家の子供たちばかりだから、現役の武士にしか教えられないことが中心だ。
There was so much text, I thought that'd take a second longer. I just keep coughing. Alright, let's see. The kids who come here are all from samurai families, so I mostly teach them things only an active samurai
あの子
can.
たちも普段は藩校に通ってるし、俺がやってるのはどっちかっていうと、習い事みたいなもんかな。
Those kids usually go to the domain school, so I'm more of a tutor for them. Domain school? What's the difference between a temple? Is that different from a temple school?
ああ、武家の子供だけが通える学校だ。藩士の指定を教育するためのところで、司書五行の素読と習字なんかを主に学ぶらしい。
It's a school that's only for samurai families to go to. Feudal retainers. Children mainly learn how to write and how to read Confucius texts.
だからここも本当は藩校寄りではあるんだが、区別をつけるために寺子屋と便宜上呼んでいるだけで。
This is actually closer to a domain school, but I call it a temple school for convenience sake.
師匠、コトロコトロの続きはそっちのお姉ちゃんも一緒にやるでしょ？
Master, what about the rest of Kotaru? Is that lady over here gonna play too? A version of tag. At that point, a child hugged Tojo, interrupting our conversation. By the time I realized it, the kids who were in the back had gathered in front of the gate.
こーらお前たち、いきなりお客さんに失礼だろ。
Come on, guys. That's pretty rude to the
だ
guests,
っ
don't you
て
think?
女の人が来るなんて珍しくて、いつもはすっごい静かなお兄ちゃんしか来ないじゃん。
It is just rare for a girl to come. The only person who visits is that quiet older guy. quiet older guy? Are they talking about
あ
Tomonari?
とはキリッとしたお侍さんも来るよね。すっごいかっこよかった。
And that proper looking samurai too. He was super cool. When is he coming again?
ああ、源十郎な。あいつは子供にも人気だな。
That's Genjiro. I guess he's popular with the kids
ねえ
too.
ねえお姉ちゃん
Hey, hey, big sis. And then a boy tugged at my kimono. What is it?
お姉ちゃんは師匠とどういう関係なの？
How do you know Master? The unexpected question came at me like an ambush. I froze for a second. He's a friend. He's a friend. Don't say he's coworker. Oh dear. Nailed it. Technically, co-workers would be most accurate, but if I said that, they'll probably ask what kind of work we do, and I won't know how to answer. Yeah, I'd rather avoid that. After I gathered my thoughts, I slowly opened my mouth. He's a friend.
友人？師匠と？
A friend of Master? Yeah, is that weird?
おかしい
It's so weird. Huh? An instant
だって
reply.
お姉ちゃん師匠と年が離れているように見えるよ
Because you and Master are such different
どうやって知り合ったの？
ages. How'd you get to know
お
him?
姉
Different
ちゃんは
ages.
武家の人なの？
Different ages.
父上から師匠を紹介してもらった
How
の
old is this guy? Are you from a samurai family? Did you have your father introduce you to Master?
本当に友達なの？対等な関係なら普通敬語で話したりなんてしないよね。
Are you really friends? If you're on equal standing, then you wouldn't talk so politely to each other, right? I thought they were just kids, but they're a lot sharper than I expected. It seems that children from samurai families had quite an eye for observation. In comparison, I don't even think my replies through, and I couldn't even answer them properly.
ねえどうしてなのお姉ちゃん
Hi, so what is it, big
どこで
sis?
師匠と出会ったの？
Where did you meet
師匠
Master?
とは本当はどんな仲なの？
What kind of relationship do you have with Mister? What are your intentions with Mister? That's...
こらこら、質問攻めはやめなさい。そんな一気に聞かれても答えられな。
Hey now, stop pestering her with all those questions. She can't answer them if you ask them all at
あ俺わかった
this.
お
I
姉ちゃ
got
んは
it.
きっと
She
師匠
must
の
be
言い名付けなんだ
Master's
よ
fiance. Both Tojo and I were unable to immediately react to those shocking words. Even during that time, the children were nodding at each other as if convinced, yeah, we got this.
そっか。さっきは恥ずかしくて友人って言っちゃったんだ。
I see. So she said they were friends earlier because she was too embarrassed.
大人ってこういう時適当なこと言ってごまかそうとするからね。
Adults always say whatever they can to just try to brush the conversation away. Oh no, if this goes on, then they'll have this weird misconception about Tojo. Kids know stuff, smart kids. More like just little investigators right here. It might affect our mission, so I have to do everything I can to avoid that. That's not true. That's completely and totally not true. Perfect. She nailed it. Tojo and I are complete strangers. After I declared that, the mood turned indescribably frigid. I messed up. My tongue had slipped.
おーい、他人はないだろう。お前にまでそんなこと言われたら、さすがの俺も傷つくぞ。
Hey, strangers is a bit much, don't you think? That'll hurt anyone coming from someone like you, even me. I'm so sorry. It's just in the spur of the moment. I didn't mean to go that far.
悪い悪い、冗談だ。安心しろ。ちゃんとわかってる。
Sorry. I was messing with you. Don't worry. I completely understand. I'm really sorry. I shrank down apologetically behind me. The children gathered together and started to whisper.
師匠全然怒ってないよなお兄ちゃんたちと話してる時よりも楽しそうだし
Master wasn't angry at all. He looks like he's having more fun than when he talks to that older guy too.
ちょっといつもと違うよね。
He looks different than usual.
つまりお姉ちゃんは師匠にとって特別な人ってこと？さっきのも照れ隠し？
Does that mean that big sister is a special person to master and she's just trying to hide her embarrassment?
じゃあやっぱり許嫁なんだね。僕さっき見た時からお似合いだって思ってたよ。
They rush to conclusions like how I feel when the characters like profess their love in like chapters 3 on average. Ugh. So she really is his fiance. I thought they were perfect for each other from the moment we met.
ねえ、師匠とお姉ちゃんはいつ夫婦になるの？夫婦って何するの？
I think you know exactly what husband and wives do, and I think that's why you're asking that to make us more embarrassed. When are you two gonna become husband and wife? What do husband and wives do anyway?
お前たちにはまだ早いからもう少し大きくなったらな。
You're a bit too young for that. I'll tell you when you're older. However, Tojo didn't even try to correct them and only gave an ambiguous answer. Seeing that, I hurriedly whispered into his ear, Tojo, are you really going to let them have the wrong idea about us?
こういう時は下手に言い訳しても意味ないからな。お前も嫌かもしれないが少し我慢してくれ。
All you have to do is say I'm related to this other person and that I just accidentally came by, which is the whole truth. In these situations, there's no use giving half-baked excuses. You might not like it, but just bear with me for a little while. No, it's not that I don't like the idea of it.
そうなのか？さっきの感じからてっきり嫌なのかと思っていたが。
Oh, really? From how you seemed earlier, I was convinced you didn't like the idea. That's not it. I just didn't want to cause any trouble for you.
なんだ、そうだったのか。嫌われていないようで
I'm
よ
gonna
かっ
turn the
た。
music down a little bit because it's so much louder than them right now. Volume. Ah, so that was that. I'm glad you don't dislike me. Huh?
俺もお前となら嫌じゃない。
Oh! Oh, is this flirting? Can you flirt? I didn't know you had that in you. Is it? If it's with you, I wouldn't dislike it either.
ねえ、師匠！二人で何話してるの？お姉ちゃんのこともっと教えて！
Hey, Master! What are you guys talking about? Tell us more about Big Sister.
ああ、わかったわかった。後で教えてやるから。少しの間、部屋で自習しててくれ。
Alright, alright. How about you guys go study by yourselves in the room for a little while and I'll tell you later.
はーい。お姉ちゃんもまた来てね。
Okay. See you later, big sis. Yeah. And then the children energetically ran off, pushed along by Tojo. While Tojo had his back facing me, thoughts raced through my head. What did he mean just now? No, this is Tojo we're talking about. He didn't mean anything more than what he said. Yeah, that must be it. I managed to convince myself after a period of anguish, all the while pretending that I didn't notice my cheeks were becoming incredibly hot. But still, I'm surprised that you're running a temple school. Outside of your work with the Oniwaban, you also have your work as a samurai. Why did you do this? When I asked that, Tojo looked at the children on the veranda as if taking the time to think a little.
まあ、一言で言うなら自分のためだな。
To put it simply, it was for myself. Actually, wait, what is his? No, his is a cigarette case, isn't it? Huh?
今は武よりも知の時代だ。将来、より良い生活をするためには、子供も教養を正しく身につける必要がある。
Nowadays, knowledge is more important than strength. To live a better future, you need to give children a proper education.
だけど、この江戸では、酔いか騒ぎのせいで、なかなか勉学に集中できないだろう。反抗もちょいちょい休みになったりするし。
Trying to cover my legs and I almost dropped the controller on the floor. But because of the bright flow problem, kids in Edo can't really focus on their studies, right? Not to mention the domain school keeps taking breaks.
だから、 その手助けを少しでもできたらと思ってな。
So I wanted to help even if it was just a little.
そうしたら、あいつらの中から将来お庭番になるようなやつも出てくるかもしれないし。
Plus, if I do this, some of them might even become future Oniwa Bond members someday. Like Miyagi and Yubuta?
そうだ。だから今後現れるかもしれない有望な人材のために寺子屋をやっているようなもんだ。
Exactly. The temple school basically lets me keep an eye out on any prospective talent that might appear in the future.
そんなやつが出てくれば、俺の負担も少しは減るだろう。
And if they do show up, then my job gets that much easier, right? That's why this is for myself. As he said that, Tojo gazed into the distance as if he was looking into the future. Though he was saying it was for himself, it was hardly an easy process, much less something to pursue with such a simple motive. The way he explained things without showing that fact really spoke towards Tojo's personality. Tojo, you're pretty amazing. That must be why the children feel so attached to you.
そうか?
You think so? Yes. When I agreed with all my might, Tojo tilted his head as if troubled. His gaze directed towards Komame, who was neatly nestled in my
でも
arms.
コマメは全然懐いてくれないけどな。
But Komame just doesn't seem to get attached to me.
おーいコマメ。どうしたら俺と仲良くしてくれるんだ?
Hey, Komame, what do I have to do to get you to like me? Cheap? Komame was taken off guard by Tojo's touch and hopped
お
off.
お悪い。驚かせたみたいだ。
Oops, my bad. Looks like I surprised. Sharp! Then Komame started to move rapidly around me with her usually lightning fast speed. It seemed that she was freaked out by Tojo's contact. Komame, it's okay, calm down.
今日は一段と素早いな。まさか二人で特訓でもしていたのか?
She's extra fast today. Did you two go through special training or something? Training? No, we don't do anything.
そうなのか? でもまあ、コマメが元気そうでよかった。
Really? Well, at least she seems healthy and happy. Seeing Komame in that state, Tojo looked delighted. From the way he treats Komame and the children, Tojo was probably someone who cared deeply for those who needed to be protected. I felt a warm happiness from seeing the new side of Tojo. I just want to know what's up with the bird, man. A few days later, we finally saw some movement. Upon learning that we would have our first meeting in a while, the three of us headed to the hideout. It's really rowdy today. There's a lot of people too.
なんだか様子がおかしいな。
Something seems off. It was common for it to be noisy. What was strange, however, was that not a single person was drinking. Everyone was talking excitedly to the people around them. This might have been the first time since we started coming here that we had seen them so serious.
おい、今日は一体どうしたんだ?
Hey, what's going on today?
何を話している?
What are we all talking about?
東條たちじゃねえか。実は今とんでもねえことになってて。
If it isn't Tojo and friends, truth is something crazy
喜
happened.
べ。ついに海行様が江戸へ攻め込むらしいぞ。
Rejoice, Kaijo has finally decided to attack Ito.
なんだって?
What? It was a truly world-shaking moment. Those words made everyone tense up, and at the same time, Tenchibo appeared from the back of the crowd.
よし、みんな揃ったようだな。
All right, looks like everyone's here. Tenchibo looked around at the crowd of Ronin and crossed his arms with a face full of joy. The way he stood was proud and open, a fitting pose for someone who stood above others. As soon as they saw him, the rowdy Ronin all quieted down at
今日お
once.
前らに集まってもらったのは他でもない。俺の決意を聞いてほしかったからだ。
I have gathered you all today for one reason and one reason only. I want you to hear my determination.
幕府に要求をしてから早10日。催促の文書も送ってみたものの、返事は未だにない。
It's been 10 days since we made our request to the shogunate. I even sent a follow-up letter, but I still haven't received a reply.
俺からの要望は着手として認めろってだけなのに、ただの一度もだ。
My demand was simple: accept me as his legitimate son, and yet still nothing.
どうやら親父たちは俺を舐めきっているらしい。
Seems like Dad is completely underestimating me. Tenchibo only muttered the last part. There was a quiet and uncharacteristic pressure to the way he spoke, and I couldn't help but feel startled.
つうわけで、このまま待ってても意味なさそうだし、
There's nothing to be alarmed about. Lucas broke me, so I don't think Tenchibo's all that bad. Anyhow, there's no point in waiting anymore, so I decided to take a quicker option: intimidation.
俺には相棒がついてるし、それに何よりお前らという頼れる仲間もいる。
Oh, I have my partner, and more than anything else, I have you guys as my dependable comrades.
だから立ち上がるなら今だ。共に江戸幕府を
So, is
よ
his
りよく
partner
変え
going
て
to
い
be
こう
one of
ぜ。
the humans that are on our team? Sounds like it's possibly one of those guys. So if we're going to take a stand, now's our chance. Let's go and make the Edo shogunate great again together. Ah.
もちろんお前らもついてきてくれるよな。
Of course, I can count on you guys to follow me. Am I right? The Ronin immediately became fired up in vigorous call. Everyone raised their fist in the air and started to praise Tenchibo. And if this were to continue, then it was only a matter of time before everyone charged into the city of Edo.
ちょっと待ってくれ。それはやめた方がいいんじゃないか？
Wait a second. I don't think you should do that.
なんでだよ。
Why?
幕府もまだ調査をしているのかもしれない。公方様の着手となると、いろいろと調べる必要があるだろう。
The shogunate might still be conducting an investigation. They probably need to do a lot of research considering you're the shogun's son.
紀州藩主だった頃の子供なら、そちらへ赴く必要もある。ここから紀州へは片道20日くらいかかるはずだ。
If you were conceived during his time as a daimyo of Kishu, they'd need to travel there as well. It'd take around 10 days to get to Kishu from here. I have the sneezies.
結論を出すにはまだ早い。せめてあと一月くらい様子を
Another
見てみる
month.
のはどう
Okay,
だ？
Tojo, you're going too far. It's too early to draw a conclusion. Why not wait another month and see what happens?
そんなこと言って本当はおじけついてるだけなんじゃないのか？
You say that, but you're just scared, aren't you?
もし今下手に動けば幕府に敵意があると思われる。今後も見据えた行動をした方がいい。
If you make a poor move right now, the shogunate will think you're hostile towards them. You should plan your move more accordingly. That's right. If you get caught because of that, then you'll be in big trouble.
お前ら。
You guys. As we all jumped into the conversation, Tenchibo became teary-eyed.
ありがとな。そこまで親身になってくれるなんてめちゃくちゃ嬉しいぜ。
Thank you guys. I'm super stoked that you care about me.
当たり前だろ。俺たちは仲間なんだから。
I feel suspicious. Of course, we're friends. Right? Tomonari?
うん、仲間だよ。
Yeah, sure. We're friends.
そうだよな。やっぱ仲間って
You're
い
right.
いよな。
Friends really are the best. Does he have a horn underneath that hat? Like, what's up with this hat? And then Tenjibo wiped away his tears like he was savoring the happiness he felt. However,
でももうダメだ。
but I can't wait anymore.
待ってるのはもう飽きた。やっぱ男なら主張は行動で示すべきだろう。
I'm sick and tired of waiting. If you're a man, then you should act on what you say. In one quick movement, Tenchibo took something out from his inner pocket. The item shining in the sunlight, despite the pure black threads clinging to it, was an emerald magatama? Huh. If there are that many black threads attached to it, then...
来い相棒
Come here, boy! Tenchibo raised his hand, clutching the Magatama high in the air. When he did, a large mass of black threads exploded outwards, just like the last time. They gathered into a single cluster, and then... You've got to use your imagination, okay? It's a giant blightfall. It was the same blightfall that we had witnessed before. This was when I first noticed that the blightfall was attached to the emerald Magatama and by the single black thread. I couldn't help but fixate on the odd characteristics which hadn't been present in the blightfalls I'd seen in the village.
相棒俺を乗せてくれ
Let me ride you, boy. Throughout all this, the blightfall obediently followed its master's voice. Using its tentacles, it definitively placed Tenchibo onto its back. After it finished doing so, Tenchibo once again proudly stood up.
よし行くぞ野郎ども
Alright, let's go, you bastards! Woo!
どこまでもついていきますね海王様
We'll follow you to the end, Lord Kaio. The Ronin raised their voices and ran, following the Blightfall's lead. Of course, their final destination was Edo.
やっぱ止められなかったか。俺たちも行くぞ。
We look a little exhausted, guys. It was worth a shot. Let's follow them.
わかった。
Understood. Right. This is awful. Yeah. Though I was panicked on the inside, I did my best to follow behind them. The first place we ended up was in Castletown. By the time we got there, the massive Blightfall and Ronin were already lined up, barring the exits of Edo. It's a monster! Hurry, hurry and run, come on!
あんなでっけえ化け物見たこ
I've
とね
never seen such a monster before. It was such a surreal sight that the civilians fell into a state of panic. No one could blame them. The Blightfall that Tenchibo summoned was so big it could crush a house with ease. It was impossible to stay calm while seeing such a big monster. We have to stop Tenchibo as soon as possible.
そうなんだが説得しても無駄だったしな
Ojo looks so bored sometimes. Like right now, this seems like
こ
a
こは一旦
moment
様子を見た方がいい
to have just like a tiny bit, just a smidge more concern on your face. Like he's like, yeah, there's a monster, guys, but like, at what cost? Also, I keep a bunch of little Kirby's on my desk. I just feel like I should mention this, and I think yesterday I knocked one off. I thought I had 10 Kirby's. I counted them today, and it's still 10. So I don't know what I knocked off my desk yesterday. That's scary. It's like something's alive in my room. It was impossible to convince him. He's not the type of guy you can stop with words, so we should wait and see what
僕も
happens.
その方がいいと思う。今のところあの人も手を出すつもりはないみたいだよ。
I also think that's for the best. He doesn't seem like he's plans on hurting anyone just yet. Huh? At Tomonari's words, I observed Tenchibo once more. Tenchibo wasn't paying any attention to the panicking citizens and was instead looking around as if he was trying to find something. As Tomonari said, it seemed he had no intention of attacking Ito. Then what is he doing?
くせ者だ出会え出会え
Intruders! Get them! On time, soldiers dispatched by the city commissioners arrived along with the volunteer police. As soon as he saw them, Tenchibo stood up, his eyes
遅いじゃねえ
sparkling.
か待ちくたびれたぜ
You guys are late. I've been waiting forever.
何貴様何者だ
What? Just who the hell are you? What in the world are you? Why in the world are you doing this? Ha 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 ha. A smirk appeared on Tenchibo's face at the unusual line of questioning. Then, as he slowly raised his arm, holding the Magatama up in the air.
何者かだっていいだろう
Who am
聞か
I?
れたからには答えてやるぜ
I'll give you your
俺の名
answer.
は 天一坊海魚時の将軍徳川吉宗の着手だ。
My name is Kaijo Tenchibo. I am the heir of the current shogun Yoshimun Tokugawa. Tenchibo's words had such power that they managed to stop the city commissioner's men dead in their tracks. Even if they understood what he had said, accepting it as fact was a whole different story. Everyone else reacted the same as they all looked up at Tenchibo in shock.
嘘を言うな。お前のようなやつが久保様の着手なわけがないだろう。そんなことは断じてありえない。
Don't lie. How could someone like you possibly be the shogun's son? That absolutely cannot be true.
ああ、うるせえうるせえ。
Give it a rest.
お前らみたいな下っ端は知らないだろうがな。
Alright.
上の偉い奴らは知ってるはずだぜ。
Friends like you are clueless.
何を望んでいるのか。
I could try to guess what it says, because without my glasses on, I can't read. If you want to know who... Yeah. I'm ready. I think I got part of it, though. Alright. If you want to know whose son I am, what my demands are, go ask the
そいつらに
bigwigs.
伝えておけ。何でもいいからさっさと親父に会わせろってな。
And tell them this. I don't care what it takes. They better let me see my dad real quick.
あと7日。それまでに返事をよこさなかったら、またこいつを連れてくる。
7 more days. If I don't receive an answer by then, you'll be seeing this guy again.
そんな化け物に暴れられたら、この江戸は。
If a monster like that runs amok here, Edo will.
さて、どうなるだろうな。ただ、まあ、
Who
一
knows?
言だけ言うなら、
Well, to sum it up,
その時はただじゃ済まさねえぞ。
when the time comes, expect hell. It seemed they could say nothing more. They were fearful of the threat standing before them. Tenchibo stared at the soldiers with a satisfied expression before turning around.
よーし、目的は果たした。やろうども。今日のところは引き上げるぞ。
Alright, job's done. Hey, losers, we're going home for today. And they trottled off. With that, Tenchibo and the others left immediately, raising a dust cloud as they did. All alongside the my goodness, what a word. Precedentedly massive. Oh my gosh. Alongside the unprecedentedly massive lightfall. I did it. However, there was no way that anyone could return to their usual lives.
どういうこと？あの男が久保様の娯楽院。
What was all that? Was that man the shogun's illegitimate son?
なんで久保様はあんな奴を野放しにしてるの？
Why did the shogun let someone like that run
今
wild?
のやつ、化け物を操ってたよな。まさか幕府とあの化け物に関係があるってのか。
That guy was controlling a monster. Could it be the shogunate is connected to it somehow? The citizens were airing out their distrust towards the shogunate. Not just that, but concerns. I would say this is just general concerns. Imagine. Since we knew the truth, we understood that it was all a misunderstanding, but it was no surprise that the uninformed masses felt that way. I would not agree that this is a misunderstanding because it's not like they weren't aware of these guys. Like, this guy existed. Wouldn't call that a misunderstanding.
思ったよりもまずいな。早く手を打っとかないと後々面倒なことになりそうだ。
This is worse than I thought. If we don't do something fast, it'll come back to bite us later. In fact, what are... Oh, no, man, I just remembered. I just remember we followed them. I was like, what are we doing here?
なんだ。お前たちもここにいたのか。
Oh, you lot are here too. At that point, Kyuga and Yorichi walked towards us. It seemed that they had been listening to Tenchibo's claims right by our side.
今のが噂の天一坊開業でしょ。あんたたちが担当しているとかいう。ずいぶん大胆なことするね。
That was the rumor Kaijo Tenchibo, right? The guy you're in charge of. He's gone and pulled quite the daring stunt.
話には聞いていたが、あそこまで自在に良いかを刺激しているとは思わなかったな。
I had heard about it, but I didn't expect him to be so adept at controlling the blight ball.
とにかく一旦拠点へ戻ろう。詳しい話はそこで報告する。
Yeah, in any case, let's go back to the base for now. We'll report the details there. We nodded without hesitation at Tojo's suggestion. What I'm really curious about is how different these routes are going to be from story to story. Are we still going to run into the same guy if we went to the entertainment district? Would this still be happening in the entertainment district? At the base, after the Samurai Town and Castle Town teams were all gathered, we each shared our information officially.
天一坊がついに行動を起こしてきたか。
So Tenchibo has finally made his move. This isn't good.
彼は返事の催促をしていたようですが、調査の方は現在どうなっているのです。
He seems to be pressured for a response. Oh, sorry. He seems to be pressuring for a response. But how is the investigation going so far? Have they found anything?
まだ関東軍隊は紀州藩にすら到着していない。調査の結果を話すような段階ではないな。
The Kanto Magistate hasn't even reached Kishu province. We don't have any results to discuss in the first place.
それ、天一坊にちゃんと説明したの。もしかしたら頭が足りなくて、そういう計算ができない人なのかもよ。
Did anyone explain that to Tenchibo? Maybe he's stupid and hasn't taken that into account.
説明はした。だが、それがどうしたと一蹴されてしまった。
We explained, but he basically brushed it aside with a who cares. Well, honestly, they could have replied saying, hi, we are investigating your da-da-da-da-da. Please consider how long it's going to take us to get this information. He didn't get a reply at all. He's justified. He's a terrible guy, but he's justified.
うわ、めんどくさ。ずいぶんせっかちな性格なんだね。
I need more coffee. It's far too early. What a pain in the ass. He's got quite the impatient personality.
あの様子では説得は難しそうかな。このままだと7日後の戦いは避けられそうにないね。
Judging from his behavior today, convincing him is going to be difficult. If nothing changes, we're going to have to fight him in 7 days.
どちらにせよ、天一坊が良いかを刺激している限り、お庭番としては見逃せない。
In any case, as long as Tenchibo can control Blightfall, we as the Oniwaban can't let him run free.
奴が何故良いかを自在に操れるのか、それを突き止めない限り、事件は解決しないだろう。
He's somehow able to bend the Blightfall to his will. Until we can figure that out, this case will not be solved. After he concluded with that, Kyoshiro turned to face us.
国高、お前たちにはこの数日間潜入捜査をしてもらっているが、何か情報はつかめていないか？
Kunitaka, we've had you all conduct an undercover investigation these past few days. Have you found any new information?
情報ですか。
Information.
強いて言うならですが。
It's a bit of a stretch, but Tojo thought for a moment before raising his head.
天一坊が良いかを召喚するところを間近で見たんですが、あいつは懐から翡翠の勾玉を取り出していました。
When I saw Tenchibo summon the Blightfall from upon us, he took out an embedded Magatama from his inner
ちょう
pocket.
ど穴になっているところに紐が通してある感じの。
Once that was hanging on some string that was threaded through the
も
hole.
しかすると、あれが良いかを呼び出す鍵になっているのかもしれません。
That could be the key to how he's summoning the Blightfall.
それは僕も同感。あの瞬間にわざわざ取り出すなら何らかの意図があるはずです。
I agree. If he's going to go through the effort to take it out at that moment, then there should be some reason behind it. If he was going to go through the effect, oh my god. I agree. If he was going to go through the effort to take it out at that moment, then there should be some reason behind it. I knew it didn't sound right. Ooh.
お前はどうだ？
What do you think? When Kyoshido asked that, I lowered my head slightly to gather my thoughts. I keep sneezing. I think that the magnetama is a tool used to control the Blightfall. There were black threads on the magnetama. I believe the black thread I saw earlier originated from it. And after the Blightfall was summoned, it looked to me that there was a single thread connected to the magnetama to the Blightfall. Almost like it was a rope around someone's neck, taking away its freedom. So I think there's no doubt that the magnetama is the key. After I voiced my thoughts, I looked for everyone's reaction. The Castle Town team widened their eyes in shock, but Samurai Town team, especially Koshido, only nodded with interest.
あり得るかもしれないな。
That may be
一
true.
つ聞きたいのだが、今回召喚されたヨイカは前回見たのと同じ個体だったか？
I'd like to ask something. Was the last Blightfall the same one you saw last time?
それは間違いないです。大きさも面の形状も全く同じでした。
There's no question about it. The size of this and the shape of the mask was exactly the same.
それに天一
If
坊は
only I knew
良い
what
か
that
の
mask
ことを
looked like.
相棒と呼んでいました。だから同じ個体だと思います。
As Tenchibo called the Blightfall his partner, so it was probably the same one. I think it's the same one too. He's not calling out different Blightfall, but rather the Magnetama and the Blightfall are connected. From the way the threads moved, it looks like the big Blightfall was born from the black threads attached to the
なるほど
Magatama.
な。となると、通常のヨイカではなく、天一坊がそのヨイカと何らかの契約をしていると考えるべきだろう。
Then we should think of this Blightfall as the one that has entered into some sort of pact with Tenchibo rather than a regular one.
その鍵となるのが翡翠の勾玉だね。
And the key to that is the Emerald Magatama.
勾玉が契約の証なのか、それともヨイカの本体が封印されているのか、今の情報だけでは
I
判
can.
断がつかないな。
Does the Magnetama serve as proof of the pact, or is the Blightfall itself sealed inside of it? It's impossible to tell from the current intel.
でもそれはどっちでも問題ないんじゃない？
Does it really matter which one it is?
そうだな。すべてが終わった後にでも調べれば十分だろう。
That's right. We can investigate further after we've dealt with everything.
つまり翡翠の勾玉を天一坊から奪えれば。
In other words, if we snag the Emerald Magnetama away from
それで
Tenchibo,
事件は解決だね。
for the record, I'm home alone right now and I thought I heard something open the door. I'm playing too many horror games. It's outside. I just heard it again. It's the trash cans. That would solve our problems. There was no need to wait 7 days. Everyone nodded with determination at the conclusion we'd reached. Talk about terrifying. It was easier said than done. The chance never truly presented itself. Snore, 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 snore.
やっと眠ったようだな。
He finally went to sleep, it seems. Yeah, so it
どこに
seems.
勾玉があるかわかる。
Where's the Magnetama? Maybe his inner pockets? There are some faint black threads around there.
はあ、寝てる時まで肌身離さず身につけてるのかよ。
He even keeps it on him when he sleeps? Should I just sneak it off of him? Even if he finds out, I could probably come up with some sort of
それ
excuse.
はダメ。
Like, I accept your offer. Huh, but
絶対ダメ。
no way. Alright.
今日のところは勾玉の隠し場所が分かっただけでも十分だ。幸い時間はまだあるし、ひとまず撤収。
It's more than enough that we figured out where he hides the Magatama. Fortunately, we still have time, so let's retreat for
おい、何してるんだお前ら！
That's a lot of energy. Hey, what the hell do you guys think you're doing, you bastards?
その酒は俺のだぞ。
That alcohol is mine, you know?
なんだ根元か。さすがにヒヤッとしたぞ。
He's just talking in his sleep. That was scary. That was terrifying. That was
こうなっ
horrifying.
たらもう天一坊が着物を脱ぐ瞬間を狙うしかないな。
It's so weird. So again, it's the trash cans outside, but with my headphones on, it literally sounds like it's coming from like this direction, which is my apartment, but it's coming from this direction. So when I take the headphone off, I can hear clearly that it's that direction. Terrifying. If it comes down to this, then we have no choice. We have to wait until he takes off his clothes.
天一坊はお前を気に入っている。そこを利用して隙を作ってほしいんだ。頼めるか？
It's worse, right? This follow-up after saying we need to wait for him to take off his clothes. This is a worse sentence. Tenchibo likes you. I want you to use that and create an opening. Can I count on you? Yes, I'll do my best. Just dance in front of him. Tenchibo, can I talk to you for a bit? I actually have something I want you to have.
お、なんだなんだ、貢ぎ物か？何を持ってきてくれたんだ？
What's this? A tribute? What did you bring me? It's a kimono. I noticed you'd been wearing the same thing lately, so I prepared something new for you.
おー、いいじゃんいいじゃん。俺こういうかぶいた感じ好きだぜ。ありがとな。
Nice, nice. That's really digging the funky vibes. Thanks. Are you going to wear it?
ん？後でちゃんと着るけど、もしかして今着てほしいのか？
I was going to wear it later. Are you asking me to wear it now? If you
それ
could.
ってさ、今ここで着物を脱げってことだよな。
So you
誘ってんの？
want me to take my clothes off right here? Are you trying to seduce me? I'm not seducing you? Not at all. No way.
なんだ、期待して損した。
What? Man, what a tease.
おい、なんなんだよ。湯屋にまでついてくるとか、どういう風の吹き回しだ？
What's all this? Why did you guys follow me all the way to the bathroom?
何？こういう人混みに来るときは護衛が必要だと思ってな。
Thought you might need some protection when you come to crowded places like this.
いくら化け物を呼べるって言っても、お前だ
Hi,
って不意打ちされた
sleazy.
らどうしようもないだろ？
Sure, you can summon a monster, but you won't be able to do anything if you're caught off guard, right?
一人歩きは危ないよ。
Yeah, walking alone is dangerous.
たく、お前らもすっかり過保護になっちまったな。
Man, you guys are getting real overprotective.
じゃ、先行ってるぜ。
Whatever, dude. I'm gonna go on ahead.
言ったよ。
You left.
さすがに風呂に入るときは勾玉も外してるだろう。どれどれ。着替えの中はどうだ？
Should have at least taken off the magatama before getting into the bath. Now then, let's see. How about inside his change of
ないみ
clothes?
たい。
Doesn't look like it.
ちゃんと探したのか？ここにないって言ったら、ど
Did you
こに？
search properly? If it's not here, then where is...
お、見て。天一棒の手首に勾玉がついてる。
Oh, look, there's a magatama on Tenchibo's wrist.
おいおい、なんで湯に入るときまでつけてるんだよ！
Oh, come on. Why is he even wearing it into the
どう
bath?
する？作戦を練り直す。
What should we do? Make a new plan?
仕方がない。こうなったら、あの子の力を借りるか。
Looks like we have no other choice. We'll have to ask for Leah's help.
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
決まってるだろ？あの子にここまで来てもらって、天一坊に声をかけさせるんだ。
Isn't it obvious? We'll have to ask her to come over here and talk to
その
Tenchibo.
隙に俺たちで
And we'll take that opportunity to... No.
いやだけどな
No, but...
絶対ダメ。彼女の目に汚いものが入るかもしれないから。ダメ。
Absolutely no way. She could see something nasty, so no.
汚いものってその前に俺たちで何とかすればいいだろうあの子だって分かってくれ
Something nasty? We can just take care of him before that happens, and I'm sure she'll understand.
あいつの名前が聞こえたぞ。まさかあいつもいるのか？
Leah? I heard her name just now. Wait, is she here too?
聞こえちゃったみたい。もう事故を装って湯に沈めた方が。
Looks like he heard us. Maybe we should pretend it's an accident and drown him in...
こらこら物騒な発言はやめなさいまだ作戦がバレたわけじゃないんだから
Simmer down, pal. Let's not do anything too rash. Besides, it's not like he discovered our plan.
にしてもあいつどんな耳してんだ
But in any case, what kind of hearing does this guy have?
ダメだ俺だ天一望海魚だ
Aw, see?
夫の背中を流してくれ
Leah, where are you? It's me. It's Kaigo, Tenchibo. Come, wash your future husband's back.
いや変態
A pervert.
そっち来ないで
So come here, idiot.
呼ばなくて正解だったでしょ。
Still burning him? That's so mean. Actually, should I move the chat now that we actually have chat popping up? Should it go higher? I might need to change the font color. Did I go to base? What did you just switch to? Sure. Yeah, that's... I don't know. I don't know when it cuts itself off. That works. What did I do? Everything's fine. Drowning him. You can't drown people. We've talked about this. It's illegal. It's a crime. Just gonna leave that like there for now. All right, we're good. Oh, I moved the base. I totally did move the base. Okay. Silly me. I mean, technically, that's what Tomonari just said. He wanted to drown him. We were right not to call in Leah.
あいつバカなのかそうじゃないのかわからないやつだな
It's hard to tell if whether he's just an idiot or not. Your evil Yakuza face is what it looks like. Though we repeated our attempts, we were still unable to retrieve the Emerald Magatama.
期限まであと1日かそろそろ勝負を決めないとな
There's just one more day until the deadline. Sooner or later, we're gonna have to
今日は
succeed.
最後の宴だよね。この機会を逃すと厳しくなると思うよ。あとは寝込みを襲うくらいしかできないかも。
Today's the final party, right? It'll be difficult if we miss this chance. We might have no other option but to attack him in his sleep. Attack him in his sleep, and then what?
何って暗殺？
Assassination, of course. What?
安心しろさすがにそれはしない本当にあいつが吉宗様の娯楽院だった場合取り返しのつかないことになっちまうからな
Calm down. We won't go that far. If it turns out he really is Lord Yoshimon's illegitimate son, then there'd be no coming back from that one mistake. That's right. Phew, case is getting serious, but I don't think Tenchibo's a bad person at heart. So it seems a little much to kill him. And I don't want the two of them to do something like that.
でもまあ正直なところあいつ結構極悪なことしでかしてるけどな
But to be
娯楽院
honest,
疑惑がなかったら危なかったぞ
he's doing something pretty villainous. If his pedigree wasn't in question, he would have been done for.
今回の事件は
pedigree like
一
a
歩間違え
puppy.
たら幕府が
He's
傾く
just
可能
a
性もあるからね。
purebred. A single misstep in this case could cause an upheaval in the shogunate too. Evil? That's right, so we can't slack off there. In order to stop Tenchibo, I need to work even harder than before. Stealing our will, we entered the meeting place.
おー、来た来た。今日は酒をたんまり用意したんだ。早く座れよ。
You're here! We've prepared a lot of alcohol for today, so come over and sit already. I'm going to move this because my ponytail keeps hitting it. It's just starting to annoy me. As usual, the Ronins greeted us with bottles in hands. Everyone was already drunk, and their faces were bright red.
明日が運命の日だ。俺たちもついに大名の家来になれるんだな。
Tomorrow's the day of reckoning. We're finally going to become the servants of a daimyo.
でもよ、幕府からの返事は来てないんだろ。まだ喜ぶのは早いような。
We haven't got an answer from a shogunate, right? Feels a little early to
そん
celebrate.
なもんどうでもいいだろうが。最悪力で押し切っちまえばどうとでもなるんだからよ。
Oh, that don't mean nothing. If push comes to shove, we'll do whatever we want by
あ
force.
んなでっけえ化け物がついてるなら町奉行なんて敵じゃねえしな。
With that gigantic monster by our side, the city's commissioner will be running home to their mamas. But in contrast to the excited Ronin, Tenchibo seemed to be in a bad mood. Unlike usual, he was slowly sipping his alcohol in the corner of the meeting place today. Of course, the Ronin wouldn't let him leave him
どうしたんで
alone.
すか、海行様。勝利は確実なんですから、もっと楽しみましょうぜ。
What's the matter, Lord Kaijo? Our victory has been nearly decided. Let's enjoy
そう
ourselves.
そう今日は祝いの席みたいなもんじゃ。
Yeah, today is supposed to be a celebration.
うるせえ。 今そういう気分じゃねえんだよ。
Shut up! I'm not in the mood for that right now. Get out of here. But Tenchibo threw his bottle of alcohol at the Ronin and chased them away immediately. Overwhelmed by his threatening attitude, no one seemed able to go near him.
おお、機嫌悪いな。
Oh, scary. He sure is in a bad
今
mood.
日ずっとあんな感じじゃねえか。
Wasn't he like that all day today?
せっかくいい感じに進んでるのに、海行様は何が気に食わねえんだ？
But things have been going so smoothly. What's got Lord Kaijo in such a tiff?
ジョーちゃん、ちょっとお酌してきてあげてよ。あの人、俺たちにはあんな感じだし。
Little miss, why not go pour him some alcohol? We'd try, but you saw how he treats us. Yes, I understand. For the sake of the mission, it would be beneficial to go along the terms with Tenchibo. Be on good terms. With that in mind, I started to walk with Tojo whispered in my ear.
好機だ。
This is our chance. What do you mean?
天一坊は今酔っていて正常な判断ができない。その上酌をするところまで接近できるとなればこっちのもんだ。
Right now, Tenchibo's drunk and doesn't have proper judgment. If we can get close enough to pour him his drink, then it's our chance. Ours for the
こ
taking.
れはもうマガタマを狙うしかないだろ
This is our chance to get the Magatama. I see, you're right.
う。どうだやれそうか。
Think you can do it?
どうした
What's wrong? No, it's nothing. You know what? I'll do it. Don't worry. I'll do my best. I'll be useful.
おお、いい返事だな。
Good answer.
じ
Then
ゃあ
let's go
早
in.
速
Sorry. Can I go outside and get some fresh air first? It's just I'm a little dizzy from the smell of
そ
alcohol.
れは構わないが一人で平気か。なんなら俺も一緒に行くぞ。
I don't mind, but are you sure you want to go alone? I can go with you if you're not sure. If you'd like. No. It's just over there, so it's fine. Anyways, I gotta get going. And then she just ran away. She like trips and falls on her way outside. I moved to a place a slight distance away after some time. I crouched down and gazed at the ground. Truthfully, I wasn't leaving the party hall because I'd gotten dizzy from the smell of alcohol. I just wanted to be alone. What should I do? I'm so nervous. If I fail here, then Tenchiba will invade Edo tomorrow, right? If that happens, lots of people might get hurt or even die. Everyone and everything is counting on me? Over and over, I took deep breaths, all while contemplating the situation. Quite some time had passed since I had become alone by the fluttering of my chest didn't seem like it would disappear. I can't just stay here forever. You could if you wanted to. Once the sound of my heart calms down, once it turns to normal, I'll go back to everyone.
ここにいたんだ。
There you are. At that point, I heard a familiar voice from behind me. When I turned around, Tomonari was in the middle of walking towards me from a shadow of a bush. It seems like he had gone out of his way to come and find me.
なかなか戻ってこないからどうしたのかと思って。もう酔いは覚めた？
You weren't coming back, so I was wondering what was wrong. Are you feeling better? Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry, let's go back. I gave a hurried answer and immediately stood up. To tell the truth, I hadn't finished preparing myself mentally. I knew all too well what our time was limited. I haven't sorted through my thoughts yet, but it'll have to wait. I'll just have to play it by ear and do my best. I swallowed anxiety and all, and I started to walk at a fast pace. To start, Tenchibo seemed drunk, so I just have to be careful not to make his mood worse. Then I'll have to do all I have to do is move carefully so he doesn't catch wind of what I'm up to. And then
大丈夫？
Are you alright? But when I passed by Tomonari's side, he grabbed my hand. The strength of his grip stopped me dead in my tracks. Huh?
手震えてる。
Your hand. It's shaking. When he pointed it out, I noticed for the first time that my hand was shaking slightly. I immediately tried to stop it with my other hand, but it was completely useless. It seemed that the nerves weren't just in my head, and they were appearing physically as well. This is
やっぱり緊張しているんじゃ。
So you really are nervous, huh? Don't worry about it. It happens a
そうな
lot.
の？
Really? Really? That's just the way my body is. I couldn't think of a good excuse, so I tried to cover it up with whatever came to mind. I thought that I'd be able to manage it by saying that, but
そうなんだ。
is that so? To my surprise, instead of letting go, Tomonari wrapped his hands around mine. Taken off guard by the action, my body tensed up even more. What?
やっぱり様子がおかしいね。こうしていると震えが伝わってくるから。
Yeah, you really seem to be acting strange. I can tell that you're clearly shivering. When Tomonari gently and kindly rubbed my hands as if trying to warm them. Huh? Oddly enough, at that moment, I felt a strange sense of security. Normally, you would be cautious if a man held your hand in this way, but for some reason, Tomonari was an exception. And in fact, I felt myself becoming calmer and calmer.
気になることがあるなら話して。
It's a reminder they have no
僕はそのために
emotions.
来たんだから。
If there's something you're worried about, tell me. That's why I came here. And then Tomonari looked at my face, gauging my mood. As soon as I saw his sincere expression and eyes, the wariness in my heart completely vanished. If it was Tomonari, I might be able to say how I really felt. It wasn't hard to think that way. To tell the truth, I'm a little scared.
怖い？何が？
Of what? Lots of things. If I fail today, then Edo would be in deep trouble, right? When I think about that, I get so
だと
nervous.
思った。君は優しい子だから。
I figured it's because you're a kind person. No, I'm not kind. It's just that I feel like I'm getting crushed by all this
で
responsibility.
も僕たちだったらそもそもそんなこと考えない。失敗したとしても次の手を打てばいいと思うだけだから。
But we wouldn't even think Ooh, we wouldn't even think that if it was up to us. Even if we failed, we'd just think of what to do next. Did his expression change? Was his mouth and eyes like that earlier? Even if it means someone hurts because of you?
だって終わったことを後悔しても、事態は何も進展しないでしょ。
Nothing is going to change if you keep regretting something that's already happened, right? So you're only doing this for me because this is the most efficient. Because if I succeed in this mission, the case will be solved smoothly. I knew that I was asking a mean question. But even so, in that moment, I couldn't help but ask. What he had said had reminded me that I was talking to someone whose heart was sealed and I couldn't even see the threads on his neck. Tomonari, perhaps taken off guard by my question, blinked in surprise. He looked so defenseless that I was reminded of an innocent child. What's wrong, Tomonari?
いや、全然考えてなかったから。今、ここでこうしている理由。
No, I just thought about I just never thought about why I'm here right now, doing this. Really?
ただ、君の様子が変だったから、元気づけようと思っただけで。
Yeah, I just thought you seemed off, so I wanted to help you feel better.
ごめんね。僕がこんなこと言っても、説得力ないよね。
I'm sorry, it's not really convincing coming from someone like me. A murderer? I don't know. After saying that, Tomonari tilted his head in a somewhat dejected way. As soon as I saw that, the uncomfortable feeling that had been spreading in my heart completely vanished. Right, it doesn't matter what he's really thinking. It doesn't change the fact that Tomonari is trying to support me right now. What I should look at isn't his heart, it's his actions. No, I believe you. I believe you, Tomonari. Leah. When I had muttered the words as if trying to convince myself, Tomonari narrowed his eyes happily. My hand that had been shaking earlier was now completely still. Thank you, my hand is fine now.
そう。わかった。
Oh, okay. And then Tomonari let go of my hand as an act of consideration. He seemed reluctant to let go, and his hands were gentle until the very end. Can I ask a question?
何?
What is it? Why do you care so much about me?
え? それなら前にも答えたよね。
Didn't I answer that
ただ
before?
僕がそうしたいからしているだけ。理由はわからないから一緒にいたいのかもしれないって。
Yeah. I know why. We know why. It's that peel bottle on your hip. I just want to, so I do. I think I want to spend time with you because I don't quite understand the reason why.
それだけだよ。
That's all. I know, but I want to ask you again. You haven't found the answer yet. Tomonari, consciously or not, wanted to cheer me up. His actions were the reason why I started thinking about how I interacted with vessels. But they also raised new questions. I knew that I shouldn't rush him. But still, I wanted to know the answer. And Tomonari's answer was...
多分だけど、君が特別なんだと思う。
I'm not sure, but I think you're special. You're not like other girls, he says. To his uncertain reply, I asked... Now, this is going to be a tough one. You could say why, which is, I don't know, feels a little uncertain. Thank you seems a little more genuine. He might appreciate. Let's try that. Nope. Gonna load that back up. I made the wrong choice there. We're not happy. We're not happy. Why am I special? Is it because I'm part of the Hakuseki clan? If I had to think of myself as special, that was about the only reason I could think of. When I asked out of pure curiosity, Tomonari furrowed his eyebrows as in a troubled expression.
わからない。
I don't know. Even though it's about yourself?
そもそも僕は 記憶も心も封じられている。だから誰かを特別に思うわけがないんだ。
My memories and heart are sealed. I shouldn't be able. It shouldn't be possible for me to consider anyone
もし
special.
君が言うように白石の一族であるのを意識していたとしても、特別だなんて感じないはずだよ。
Even if it's as you say, and I'm thinking about how you're a member of the Hakuseki clan, you shouldn't feel special to me.
でも君が特別だという結論だけは頭の中にあって。
Still, my mind has somehow reached the conclusion that you're
だから
special.
僕にもよくわからない。
So I don't understand it myself either. After hearing After hearing Tomonari's answer, I gained a newfound understanding of the vessels. In short, they were beings for which only conclusions existed. I didn't read it wrong. No matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't be able to remember the motives or thoughts or events that started it all, because there was no need to. Sorry,
どう
Tomonari.
して君が謝るの？
Are you apologizing? Because I asked a rude question. If you're a vessel, then it's obvious that you don't have any memories.
平気。それくらいで謝らなくていいよ。
It's fine. You don't have to apologize for something like that. Tomonari didn't seem to care at all, and he had a steadfast and gentle smile on his face. In contrast, my mind was full of even more questions. But if that's the case, why does Tomonari think of me as someone special? Maybe he has some connection with the Hakuseki clan, wink, 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 from his time as a tool. Then I could understand why I'd be special. I'm so curious. Maybe it was her mom who used the pill bottle, since that would explain how it ended up in the Shogunite's thing. Maybe her dad gave it to them. But if I ask him the question, then Tomonari's memories might come back, so I shouldn't ask, right? Vessels who regain their memories or hearts will be eliminated. With that in mind, I closed my mouth. I didn't want him to be eliminated. I wanted him to be illuminated. Afterwards, we immediately returned to where Tojo was. We decided to conform for the last time. We decided to confirm for the last time what we needed to do.
いいか、焦る必要はないぞ。
So we
あいつの
decided we
懐
needed
に
to
ま
get
が
in
たまがある
line.
のは分かっているから、取る機会だけを見極めればいい。
There's no need to panic. We know that he has the Magatama in his inner pocket. We just need to do is wait for a chance to steal it. Hang on, my headphones are
い
hurting.
けそうだと思ったら、勇気を出して手を伸ばしてみろ。そして取れたらすぐに俺か友達に渡すんだ。
Okay. If you see an opening, summon up the courage to reach out and grab it. As soon as you have it, immediately give it to either me or Tomonari.
安心しろ。この任務も茶会の時と同じだ。たとえ失敗しても、俺たちがどうに
I
かしてやる。
didn't mess up during the tea ceremony. Bite me, Tojo. Don't worry, this mission isn't the same as the tea ceremony. Even if you mess up, we'll find a way to deal with it. Yes. Tomonari nodded along in agreement. It's alright. Thanks to Tomonari, I no longer have any doubts. All that's left to do is what I need to do. We nodded to each other as if confirming our resolve before we started walking to our target. In my defense, it's 9 a.m. and I might still be half asleep right now. I may have went to bed at 2 a.m. and I had to get up at 6 a.m. so we could get coffee. I maybe didn't sleep very well. To the Yamabushi monk who was drinking alone while intimidating those around him. To Kaigo Tenchibo. It's every last one of you. Tenchibo, hello.
こんにちは。
Hello.
よう、飲んでるか？足りないと思って追加の酒持ってきたぞ。
Hey, how are the drinks? Thought you might have ran out, so we got you some more. The second all three of us greeted him, Tenchibo's face brightened up instantly.
おお、未来の嫁。それにお前らも来てたのかよ。
Damn, Leah and you two dudes, you guys made
当たり
it.
前だろ。今日はマイワイみたいなもんだし、一緒に飲まないか？
Of course, man, today's basically a pre-celebration, so why don't we all drink together? I'll pull everyone's
僕
drinks.
はじっとしてるね。
I'll just stay here.
いや、お前も何かしろよ。
Don't you just stand there. We did our utmost to pretend everything was normal and sat down around Tenchibo. But as soon as we said those words to him, Tenchibo was obviously dissatisfied.
なんだ。お前らもあいつらと一緒か。
So you're just like the rest of them. I'm sorry.
なんで謝ってんだよ。お前は何も悪いことしてないだろ？
Why are you apologizing? It's not like you did anything wrong.
あいつらって浪人のこと？何が一緒なの？
By the rest of them, do you mean the Ronin? How are we the same?
志の低さ。
You got no ambition.
こんな全然めでたくねえし。こっちの要求なんて何一つ通ってねえのに。どうして喜べるってんだよ。
What are we even celebrating, man? How in the world can I be happy when not a single one of my requests were
俺た
met?
ちの目的は一揆じゃなくて新しい大名家を作ることだぞ。
Our goal isn't just some uprising. Our goal is to build a new daimyo family, you know? Unfortunately, upon saying that, Tenchibo poured more alcohol into his empty cup. His uncharacteristic level-headedness startled us all. Does that mean you want the shogunate to recognize you through official means?
当たり前だろ。
Obviously.
明日相棒の力を借りれば認めさせられるかもしれねえ。でもそんなの全然嬉しくねえし。
If I use my partner's powers tomorrow, I can force them to recognize me, but that's not going to make me happy at all.
ならどうしてあんな真似をしたんだ？この間の一件さえなければ幕府からの心象も変わっていたと思うぞ。
Also, I feel like if you were wanting to be recognized by the shogunates and your dad, like, I don't know. Maybe don't build an uprising to begin with. That seems like a big step. Like, maybe go and try and talk to your dad directly. Hear me out. Then why did you pull the stunts recently? If that never happened, I'm sure the shogunate would have seen you in a different light.
そもそも幕府に認めてほしいならちゃんと待つべきだったんじゃないか？
If the goal was for the shogunate to recognize you, then shouldn't you have waited?
うるせえな。焦ってたから仕方ねえだろ。あいつだってそうしろって。
He told me to do that. Is he the Blightfall? Can the Blightfall talk? Oh my goodness. Shut up. What was I supposed to do? I was panicking and he told me to do that.
あいつ？
He?
なんでもねえよ。
Just forget it. Or maybe it's his partner. Tenchibo cut the conversation short and turned away with a pout. He looked like nothing more than a sulking child. I always thought that he might not be a bad person, so is there something more to all this? Now that I think about it, I don't know anything about Tenchibo. Tenchibo?
んだよ。
What do you want from me? Why do you think that you're the shogun's illegitimate son? If you're that convinced you are, then you must have some solid proof, right? When I asked my honest question, Tenchibo pursed his lips.
そりゃ母ちゃんが言ってたんだよ。 あんたは吉宗様の子供なんだよって。
Well, that's what my mom told me. You're the child of Lord Yoshimun, she said.
母ちゃんは昔和歌山城で奉公してたんだ。その時に藩主だった親父に手をつけられたって聞いてるぜ。
Mom used to serve the Wakayama castle. I heard that my old man had relations with her during that time when he was still lord of the domain.
それに死んだおじさんからもそのうち公儀から使いが来るだろうとか言われたし。
Even my dead uncle told me that it was only a matter of time before servants from the government came to pick me up.
そう、あと母ちゃんが遺言で名前にある吉の字を大切にしろって言ってたんだよ。
Oh yeah, and my mom told me in her dying will that I needed to respect the Yoshi in my name.
吉って言えば徳川吉宗、親父だろ。だからこりゃ決まりだって思って。
Yoshi could only mean Yoshimun Tokugawa, my old man, right? So I thought this is it.
お前、幼名はなんて言うんだ？
What was your childhood name?
半之助。
Hanosuke.
ああ、そうなのか。
I see. What does that mean? Yoshi isn't in Kago, Tenchibo, or Hanosuke, right?
早く親父と
What the heck is happening?
親孝行してやりたいし、母ちゃんのことも話したいし。
I just want to meet my dad. I want to show him that I can be a dutiful son, and I want to talk to him about
早く
mom.
認めてくれねえかな。
Why won't he just acknowledge me already? Tenchibo. Though there was a lot I wanted to say, I felt like I could understand how Tenchibo felt. In the end, he just wanted to meet his father, Lord Yoshimun. The reason why he gathered the Ronin and caused a commotion was because his upbringing had affected his thinking. He might have wanted to show off how impressive he was, even just a little, so that Yoshimun could acknowledge him. That's why I have to stop him here. I can understand how Tenchibo feels, but his methods are just too aggressive. Once I confirmed that what I had to do, I picked up the bottle of alcohol that was left nearby. Tenchibo, let me serve you some alcohol. Please drink as much as you want today.
ありがとな。今はお前だけが癒しだぜ。
You're my only oasis. What a loving, considerate, unroutable guy. Because he's human. And in this game, if you're human, you're pathetic. You need to be a vessel. You're too kind. And then I stuck myself right next to Tenchibo in order to pour him his drink. But not long after I tilted the bottle, I saw something sparkle in the corner of my eye. Just now, was that... I turned my gaze to it and saw the magnetomet inserted into Tenchibo's exposed inner pocket. It was so entangled in black threads that it had become a pitch black mass. There was no mistaking it. I reflectively turned back and saw both Tojo and Tomonari nod at me. I took that as their signal urging me to do it. I placed the bottle of alcohol down and slowly reached out with my arm, making sure I was making use of Tenchibo's blind spot.
うまい。やっぱ他のやつよりお前がついでくれた酒が一番だな。
Delicious. Drinks taste way better when you pour them for me. Huh? But this is the first time I've poured you a drink.
細けいことはいいんだよ。うまいもんはうまいんだから。
Don't sweat the little things. My taste buds never lie.
きっと気持ちの問題なんだろう。友成、たまには俺にも心を込めてお酌してみてくれないか？
It must be because the emotions behind it. Tomonari, how about you try pouring your heart into my drinks every now and then?
やだ。
No.
即答かよ。そりゃないぜ。
You didn't even hesitate. Come on.
何やってんだよお前ら。
What are you guys doing? Though I was holding a conversation with Tenchibo, my hand was slowly inching inside the sleeve. It was already inside the inner pocket, as if so if I stretched just a little more, I could reach the magnetama. It's okay. I'm an Oniwaban, a proper member of the Oniwaban. I have to protect everyone in Edo. But...
おい、ちょっと待て。
Hey, wait a second. At that moment, Chibo suddenly grabbed my arm. Of course, the arm he grabbed was the one that had snuck into his sleeve.
お前、さっきから何してんだ?
What have you been up to? I've been pouring you drinks.
そうじゃないだろ。着物の中に手突っ込んで、こそこそなんかしてたじゃねえか。
That's not it. You were shoving your hands into my clothes all sneaky like, weren't you?
まさか。これが目的か?
Were you looking for this? Tenchi both narrowed his eyes suspiciously and took out the magatama from his inner pocket. What should I do? He discovered what I'm after. Kiss the man.
なんかおかしいと思ったんだよな。お前、今まで全然なびいてくれなかったのに、急に慣れ慣れしくなる。
This is what you get for not playing along with his desires. I thought something was up. You've never been interested in me, but all of a sudden you started acting all nice and friendly.
いくら酔ってても、俺の目はごまかせん。
Just because I'm drunk doesn't mean you can pull the wool over.
何？二人で内緒話？ずいぶん仲良くなったんだね。
Are you two having a secret talk? You sure became real close. Tomonari? But there, Tomonari immediately barged his way into the conversation. Tenchibo's gaze shifted from me to Tomonari at the sudden intrusion.
あ？そうじゃねえよ。今こいつがおかしな動きしてて。
What are you going on about? Just now she was doing something suspicious.
なんだなんだ？二人で話してないで、俺たちも混ぜてくれよ。
What's going on, huh? Don't keep it to yourselves. Let us in on the conversation. Well, then Tojo looped his arm around Tenchibo from behind, pulling me into a hug as well. He must have snuck behind us while we were focusing our gaze on Tomonari. He was so aggressive with his hug that both Tenchibo and I fell over. With that, naturally my arms freed, and the emerald magatama also slipped from Tenchibo's hand. In that moment, I moved so fast I even surprised myself. I stretched my arm to its limit and managed to snag up the magnetama just as it was about to roll onto the ground. I did it. I immediately looked at the palm of my hand, and in it was the magatama glistening brightly. There was no mistake. It was the emerald magnetama we were after.
こっちに。
Over here. Right. At his call, I instantly handed the magnetama to Tomonari.
これ、本物？
Is this the real thing? Yes, I can see the black thread, so there's no mistaking it.
よし、それじゃあ任務完了だな。
Dude, he's still right here, guys. Like, we're not even... We haven't even left the enemy campground. We are not in the clear, guys. You're so dumb. Alright, then it's mission complete. Now that we had obtained the target, we expressed our joy with abandon. Which is way too early, because we're still in the middle of a Ronin camp, and I am human. There had been a few hiccups, but there was important... But what was important was that we had ultimately secured the magatama. Have you? But have you, though? Tenchibo shouldn't be able to summon the Blightfall. We did it. We protected Edo, and we're protecting everyone. High five! We're still on the enemy's campground, standing here next to him on the ground like he can't get up. Now the problem is solved, but Tenchibo didn't share that sentiment.
お前らやりやがったな!
You guys have really done it this time. What? What? Tenchibo is still here? Tenchibo smashed a bottle of alcohol against the ground, his fury evident. Though I backed off from the sheer pressure he exuded, Tojo and Tomonari maintained their usual calm
天一
expression.
望解除。この通り、お前の切り札は預からせてもらったぞ。もう無駄な抵抗はやめろ。
You don't know. You don't know if he needs that to summon the thing. You really don't know. Kaijo, Tenchibo, as you can see, we've got your trump card. Now quit your pointless resistance.
まさかお前ら幕府のものなのか
It can't be. Are you members of the
今
shogunate?
更気づいたの？普通旗本の武士が大した理由もなく離反しないでしょう。
You just noticed samurai retainers don't normally rebel for such petty reasons.
お前らを簡単に信じた俺がバカだった
I was an idiot for trusting you all so easily.
待てよじゃあまさかお前も
Wait, don't tell me that Lee was also. I'm sorry. The guilt made it impossible to look at Tenchibo's straight face. But even so, his quivering fist was visible from the corner of my eye.
ああ俺を騙したな
Damn it, you tricked me. That was when Tenchibo's anger exploded. Tenchibo dashed forward like lightning, charging straight towards Tomonari. He must have planned on retrieving the Magatama.
ちょっとだけ持ってて。
Hold for a second. Me? Before Tenchibo's hand could reach him, Tomonari tossed the Magnetama at me. At the same time, he elegantly avoided the charge at the last second. Oof. As a result, Tenchibo continued on and collided into the bush that was behind Tomonari. That looks painful.
お前も許さね
Oh my gosh. Leah, you won't get away with this either. Me? But Tenchibo didn't give up there. He immediately leapt over the bush and ran towards me like a flash of lightning. He's scary. Right, first I have to make sure that the Magneta is safe. Tojo, you're up next. Scared out of my wits, I quickly threw the Magnetama in Tojo's direction. But the Magnetama thrown in a hurry flew off in a completely unexpected direction.
おいどこに投げてるんだ
Where are you aiming at? I'm sorry.
俺の曲がったま
My Magnetama! There was no way Tenchibo would let the chase pass. Tenchibo hurriedly changed his directions and leapt at it in order to grab the Magnetama first.
させるかよ
As if I'd let you. Of course, Tojo also leapt towards it at the same time. What? As a result, surprisingly, the two held it between them by the Magnetama and string. Tenchibo held the Magnetama itself, and Tojo had it by the string. Neither of them seemed intent on letting go, and the string was stretched to its limit.
離せよこのままだと紐がちぎれるだろ
Let go, you're gonna break the string if you keep pulling.
そいつは無理な相談だな紐を気にするならお前が手を離せばいいだろう
That's not happening. If you're so worried about the string, all you have to do is let go.
やだ俺の純情をもてあそびやがって最初からずっとバカにしてたんだろ
No way. I can't believe you toyed with my feelings. You were making fun of me from the start, weren't you?
そんなことはないこっちはただ任務を遂行していただけだ
It's not true. We were just trying to complete our mission.
くしょこんな奴らだって知ってりゃ仲間に入れなかったのによ
This could be my favorite line. Because it could be reread as, if I knew you were double agents, I wouldn't have let you join the cause. Oh, God. If I had known you were like this, I wouldn't have let you into my group.
あいつら何遊んでんだ
What game are they playing?
いいじゃねえか官僚様もなんか楽しそうだしよ
Let him be. Besides, Lord Kaigo looks like he's having fun.
いいぞもっとやれ
You go, boys. Keep at it. The Ronin sitting a slight distance away from us didn't seem to grasp the situation and were egging them on irresponsibly.
許さねえここまでコケにされたのは生まれてこの方初めてだぜ
Honestly, you seem very gullible. I find this hard to believe. I'll never forgive you. I've never been played such a fool like this in my entire life.
相棒を取り返したらお前らなんてすぐにコテンパンにしてやるんだからな。
When I get my partner back, you're gonna be dead meat in no time.
おい、あんまり引っ張るな。このままだと本当に紐がちぎれるぞ。
Don't pull too much, you're seriously gonna break the string.
ならお前が話せよ。どうでもいいからさっさとかえ。
Then why don't you let go? I don't care. Just hurry up and give me back. At that moment, Tojo's warning came to be. Unable to withstand the strength of two men, the string connected to the magnetama had snapped. On top of that, surprised by the sudden event, Tenchibo had broken his grip. And the emerald magnetama rolled towards the entrance of the meeting
遅れ
place.
てすみません。俺も飲み会に参加してもいいっすか？
Sorry for being late. Can I still join the party? The person who appeared was the very Ronin who invited us to join the group. He was walking towards us with a kind smile and his face exaggeratingly waving his hands. Hi! The magnetama that fell just happened to roll right up to his feet.
おいお前、それを拾え。そんでもって俺に持ってこい。
Hey, you there. Pick that up and bring it over to me.
いや、俺に渡すんだ。
No, give it to me.
これですか？
This thing? When he heard Tenchibo's menacing order, the Ronin blinked in surprise and bent down, but that was when I noticed it. The enormous mass of black threads possessing the magnetama he was about to pick up. Watch out! Huh? In an instant, black threads flew out of the magnetama as if a dam had broken. It entangled itself and formed a complex single mass. Without a face, I might add. It became a massive blightfall.
そこの前、早くこっちに来い。
You there, get over there
後ろに
now.
下がって。
Stay back. Right. After they recovered the Ronin, Tojo and Tomonari cautiously backed away. In contrast, however, Tenchibo stumbled his way towards the blightfall.
相棒、どうしたんだ？今日はまだ呼んでないぞ。
Partner, what's the matter? I haven't summoned you yet.
おい、相棒？一体どうし？
Partner, what is...
海流様、これは一体。
Kaijo? What's going... Yeah. But there was something wrong. Unlike the previous times he was summoned, the Blightfall was rampaging freely, seemingly guided only by its instinct. It didn't even appear to hear its master Kaijo's words. That
暴走
is...
しているみたいだね。
Looks like it's gone
からくりは
berserk.
わからないけど、おそらく考えられるのは、
I don't know how it works, but
あれがあったから良いかを制御できていたんだと思う。
I'd hazard to say that it was the string. That string was why he was able to control the Blightfall, I think.
それがなくなったとなれば。
So without that string... As if to prove Tomonari's words right, the Blightfall carelessly smashed the objects around it, just smashing it, just like pushing cups off of tabletops. He's dramatic like that. It was obvious. If we left it alone, we would have a disaster on our hands.
ここで仕留めるしかないな。
We've got no choice but to eliminate it
そ
here.
うだね。
Yeah, look, they got their swords out. At last. And then the two quietly unsheathed their swords. We get a CG of them murdering this thing. Do I get to know what it looks like? Oh. It happened on a truly beautiful day. On that day, Lord Yoshimun Tokugawa was using his free time to observe the fields. Traveling along with his large outfit of guards, he gazed upon green waves of rice in deep
今年の稲
contemplation.
作は問題なく行えておるか？
The rice farms proceeded well this year.
おかげさまですくすく育ってます。今年は雨も多かったし、年貢もきちんと奉納できますぜ。
They're coming along very well. There's been plenty of rain this year, so we'll be able to pay our tribute.
そうか。
I don't have my cell phone. I just realized I think I left my cell phone in my bedroom when I got up today. I got up early. I was not ready. I was not ready for the day. I was not seizing the day, as they say. I wanted to Google who his voice actor was because he sounded familiar, and now I'm like, I can't. That's good news.
町から離れている分、良いかの害もほとんどないようだな。
Since we're far from the city, there's practically no damage from the Blightfall.
この分なら、今回は簡単に見て回るだけで終わりそうだ。
If that's the case, then I should finish up with a simple round of inspections this time. I knew what I meant to say. But in that moment, something resembling a scream rang out, interrupting Lord Yoshimun's thoughts. The low-pitched noise sounded like it was rising from the earth itself and forced everyone to stop in their tracks. What was that just now?
獣の鳴き声じゃないですか。この辺りは米を狙う害獣がよく出るんですよ。
Kaiju, I heard that. Maybe an animal. Vermin come out often, so to eat the rice, you see.
それにしては、やけに近くから聞こえてきたが。
It sounded awfully close for it to be vermin. Lord Yoshimun muttered under his breath and turned his gaze in the direction of the sound. Oh my. And then to his shock, beyond in the forest, a Blightfall was rampaging, knocking down trees as it did so. Monster!
落ち着け。相手はまだこちらには気づいておらん。
Settle down now, it still hasn't noticed us.
本当だ。
You're right.
このままではいかんな。
We can't let it go on like that.
お前たち、村の住民を江戸まで送り届けてやれ。それから、この件を町奉行に伝えよ。
You lot escort the residents of the village to Edo and inform the city commissioner of this incident. Lord Yoshimun's guards nodded at these words.
それでは、公方様はどうなさるのですか。一緒に江戸に行かれるのでは。
But then what will you do, my lord? Are you not going to head to Edo with us?
私は。
Before he answered the farmer's question, Lord Yoshimun looked beyond the forest. A large number of Ronin were frantically making an escape. They must have been at the site of the incident. That was when Lord Yoshimun had a realization. He noticed the massive Blightfall was the same one that had attacked Castle Town before.
私にはまだやることがある。
I still have something I must do. Lord Yoshimun mumbled as if trying to tell himself. The battle was raging on. The massive Blightfall was swinging its tentacles, toppling down the trees of the forest. While dodging those blows at the last second, the two were bravely attempting to retaliate. Attempting a retaliation. Now go!
Huh?
Yeah! This Zelda sounds. Yeah! Unfortunately, the attacks that were meant to be a final blow ricocheted off of the Blightfall's mask. The dull noise that echoed across the area signified that the attack had failed. Damn.
あれ、面が割れてないよ、国高。
That mask isn't broken yet.
わかってる。あいつの面、思ったより硬いぞ。
I
普通
know.
に切るだけじゃ傷一つつけられない。
Its mask is a lot tougher than you'd think. Normal slashes won't put a single scratch on it.
それは厄介だね。
That's troublesome. I think that's... Is this kind of Blightfall very
い
common?
や、初めてだ。お頭からもそんな話聞いたことない。
This is the first. I've never heard of anything like this happening from the captain either. A Blightfall's weakness is its mask, right? But if it's too tough to cut, then what are we going to... While we're exchanging words, the Blightfall charged at us once more.
危ないから下がっていて。
It's dangerous here. Get back. Right.
ここで倒しておかなきゃ江戸にまで被害が及びそうだ。
If we don't defeat it here, the damages will spread all the way to Edo.
友成、もう一度行くぞ。何度か叩き込めば割れるかもしれない。
I'm gonna be RB really quick. I'm gonna go find my phone and grab a snack because maybe it was too early. I left my phone in the other room. I'll be right back. I instantly started getting the hiccups as I ate a piece of just plain white bread. That was pretty hilarious. I was like, oh god, are these gonna stop before I get back? But yeah, I did. I actually left my phone in my bedroom, which I'm not I'm not usually that bad. But it's a rare case where I got up at 6 a.m. So I'm talent. I am the talent. Tomonari, we're going to try again. We might be able to break it if we smack it enough times.
Okay.
Understood. This is how I determine if I can destroy something. The two of them fiercely leapt into battle. The area around us was already a wreck from the Blight Falls rampage. The Ronin who had been enjoying their drinks had all ran away. But there was one exception who stayed despite the chaos. It was Tenchibo. Perhaps it was from fear. Tenchibo's entire body was shaking as he looked at us from a tree shadow. Tenchibo, please get it together. Aren't you the master of this Blightfall of that monster?
んなこと言われても、あいつもう俺の声聞こえてねえみたいだし。
What am I supposed to do? He doesn't even seem to hear me anymore. Then is there any way to stop it, or do you not know that either?
知らねえよ。あのマガタマは俺が作ったわけじゃねえんだ。
Of course not. It's not like I made that Magnetama. Who
露店
did?
でたまたま買っただけだから、相棒の呼び出し方しか聞いてねえし。
I just happened to buy it from a store. All I learned was how to summon my partner. What did I hit?
あいつにはいろいろ相談してたのに、どうしてこんなことになるんだよ。
I did everything that he told me to do. How could all this happen? Must have been confused. Tenchibo spat out his grievances, all the while punching a tree as if to let out his frustrations. If Tenchibo doesn't know, then there's nothing we can do. All we can do now is pray that Tomonari and Tojo can defeat it.
Tomonari, 踏み込みが甘いぞ.
Tomonari, you're not getting close enough.
分かってるけど。
I know, but Tomonari and Tojo's energy wasn't limitless. They attacked the Blightfall again and again, but without a finishing blow, it was only a matter of time before fatigue caught up to them. Break the charm, my guys. It's a little angel. Even now, the Blightfall's attacks were gradually driving them into a corner. If only there was something that I could do. As I thought that, I focused all my attention on observing the massive Blightfall. And then... it's Demon Slayer. She saw the straying. The perfect moment. Cut that, they die. There's something shining on the Blightfall's forehead. It's hard to see because of the black threads, but if I look carefully, there seems to be something in the back. I continue to focus my eyes in its observation, and I managed to spot a sparkling magnetama embedded in its forehead. When it was summoned previously, the magnetama should have been held by Tenchibo. Absorbing the magnetama itself somehow made it even stronger, which meant, is the magnetama perhaps its real body? The Blightfall wasn't sealed inside the magnetama, but instead the magnetama itself was the Blightfall. As soon as I realized this, I ran forward and shouted, Tomonari! Tojo! Aim for the forehead on the mask. There should be a magnetama embedded there. If I'm right, it could be its weakness. Upon hearing my hoarse voice, Tojo and Tomonari exchanged glances for a moment.
Kunitaka, yaro.
Kunitaka, let's do that.
それにかけてみるしかないようだな.
No choice but to hedge our bets on that. And then Tomonari and Tojo once again charge at the Blightfall. Where's Yoshinari? Meanwhile, at the same time, an unprecedented panic was occurring in Edo. Hey, isn't that monster again? Okay, she could calm down just a little bit. It's over! Edo's going to be annihilated. Mom! Though it was from a faraway location, it was possible to see the massive Blightfall even from Edo. The residents who had come outside in order to see it were now panicking. People trying to save themselves, people crying in sheer terror, people who were picking fights with anyone and everyone due to the tension. Edo had become a harbor of pandemonium.
落ち着け。まだ距離があるから大丈夫だ。城下町の住民は千代田城まで避難して。
Calm down. It's still some distance away, so it's all right. Residents of Castletown are to evacuate to Chiyoda Castle and... Move! Don't just stand around like an idiot. You talking to me?
ダメだ。誰も話を聞いていない。
This is impossible. No one's listening.
あの酔いか、すごいことになってるけど、俺たちは加勢しなくていいの?
That Blightfall looks pretty serious. Shouldn't we go and help them?
それなら、娯楽街組が向かっているから問題ないよ。
The entertainment district team is on their way, so there's no need to worry about it.
それよりこの騒ぎで酔いかが発生するかもしれないから、そっちに気をつけて。
More importantly, all this ruckus might cause some Blightfall to appear, so keep a lookout for that.
引き続き、岡っ引きや同心と連携して避難誘導も頼むよ。
Oh wait, does he not have a weapon because he's a little shopkeeper guy? Interesting. Continue to coordinate with the volunteer police and constable in organizing the evacuation.
わかった。
Got it.
承知した。
Understood. After they heard their orders, Yoichi and Genjiro, ran off. Miyagi watched them go and then turned his gaze to Kyoshiro next to him.
それにしても予告よりも1日早いなんてね。吉宗様も現場近くにいるみたいだけど大丈夫かな。
He started a day earlier than the notice. It seems Lord Yoshimun is close to the site of the incident, but I sure hope he's
護
okay.
衛が何名かついているから問題ない。それにあの方のことだ。己の身よりも民を優先しろとおっしゃるはずだ。
There were several bodyguards with him, so there shouldn't be a problem. Besides, it's his lordship we're talking about. He'd tell us to prioritize the citizens.
そうなんだけど万が一ということもあるし君だけでも向かった方が。
Yeah, well, but accidents could always happen, so wouldn't it be better if we at least headed
騒
over?
ぎ自体が陽動という可能性もある。それを考慮すれば町で待機している方がいいだろう。
This ruckus itself could be a diversion. Taking that into consideration, it would be better if we were on standby in the city.
それより避難がほとんど進んでいない。さすがに規格外の化け物を前にしては皆冷静な判断ができないらしい。
Most importantly, the evacuation isn't progressing at all. Seems as though no one can stay calm when faced with such a colossal monster.
まずはこの状況をどうにかしなければ。
We have to do something about this situation first.
それもそうだね。君がそう言うのなら従うよ。
That's true. If that's your decision, lead the way.
おい、あれはなんだ?
Huh? Hey, what's going on? That was when the citizens looked towards the entrance of the city and started to raise a fuss. It was still too early for the massive lightfall to have come. Thinking it odd, Kyoshiro and Miyagi turned their gaze towards the directions and...
なんだ、まだこんなところにおったのか。
Ah, you two are still here. Shockingly, Lord Yoshimun Tokugawa was calmly walking towards them. Not only that, behind him was a large group of rowdy-looking Ronin standing by. It was obviously not a normal thing to see. The citizens stared at Yoshimun as if they had forgotten all about the Blightfall.
吉宗様、無事ご帰還されたのですね。しかし、後ろの者たちは。
Lord Yoshimun, you've returned safely, but who are those men behind
天一号
you?
の浪人たちだ。混乱していたようだったからこちらまで案内してやった。
They're Tenchibo's Ronin. They seemed to be in a panic, so I guided them here.
この緊急事態にですか?
Even during this emergency?
緊急事態だからであろう。これだけの浪人たちが散ったら後々面倒なことになる。
Because it's an emergency. If this number of Ronin were to scatter across the land, it'd only be trouble. Am I wrong?
おっしゃる通りです。
It is as you say. It was such a fair argument that Miyagi answered immediately and Lord Yoshimun nodded with
そ
satisfaction.
れで今の状況は?
So what's the current situation?
住民を避難させているところです。しかしこの混乱なので難航しています。
We're in the middle of evacuating the citizens, but as you can see, the chaos has made it difficult.
なるほどな。
I see.
光重、京志郎、ここまでよく頑張ってくれた。あとは俺に任せておけ。
Mitsugi, Kyoshiro, you've done well up to this point. Leave the rest of it to me.
吉宗様、何をなさるおつもりですか?
Lord Yoshimun, what do you plan on doing?
ま、見ておれ。
Watch and learn. Lord Yoshimun slowly walked forward, gathered everyone's attention.
聞け、皆の者!
Listen, all of you. A low voice that sounded out loud and clear. His voice was so easy to hear despite all the noise, and the nearby citizens looked at him out of reflex. Thanks to that, the attention he had already been gathering became much more
目
focused.
の前の脅威に身がすくむのはわかる。恐れを抱くのは生き物として当然のことだ。
I understand that you tremble. Understand that you tremble at the danger before you. It is natural. as if it is for any living creature to be
だ
scared.
がここは一旦冷静になるのだ。
However, for now, you must stay calm.
今幕府から派遣された精鋭たちがあの怪異を退治せんと奮闘している。ならばお主たちのやるべきことは何だ。
Right now, the Shogun Knight's finest warriors are risking their lives to exterminate that monster. What is it then that all of you must do?
己の命を守るべきなのではない
I gotta drink more coffee. Is it not to protect your own lives? The citizens quietly listened to his calm and clear words. Though the area had been filled with the sounds of yelling moments earlier, it had somehow become dead
とは
quiet.
言っても具体的にどうすればよいのかわからぬだろう。
Having said that, I'm sure you do not know exactly what you must do.
今私の配下が安全な場所まで誘導しておる。
Currently,
落
my
ち着い
men
てそちらの指示に従ってくれ。
are guiding you to a safe
時
place.
間はまだあるのだから。
Please
慌てず
calmly
にな。
follow their orders. There's still time to, so do not panic.
では、
Now
行くがよい。
go! Then Lord Yoshimun clapped his hands twice as a sign that his speech was over. In that moment, the anxiety that had been in the air was completely cleared away. Imagine just this town, because it's so full of, I don't know, tendrils of black string and stuff. If like you just had an agent that came through every now and then just to help calm them all down and keep them from getting angry and anxious so that blight falls don't happen. Like little babies. The noise returned immediately, but it wasn't as chaotic as before because everyone calmly followed the orders of the samurai.
やっぱ久保様は頼りになるな。あの方がいてくれるだけで安心感が全然違う。
As always, we can count on the Shogun. Just him being here makes me feel so much
でも
safer.
元はといえば久保様の娯楽院が原因なんじゃ。
But didn't this start with the Shogun's illegitimate son?
あんなの本物かどうかわかりゃしないよ。証拠も何もないんだから。口だけならどうとでも言えるわ。
There's no way to know if that's the real deal or not. It's not like there's proof, so he can say whatever he likes.
そっか。そうよね。
You're right.
さあ、行くぞ、京志郎。
Let's go, Kyoshiro.
はい。
Understood. Lord Yoshimun walked towards Chiyoda's castle, leading the citizens. Chasing right after them, Kyoshiro stared at Lord Yoshimun, his expression filled with pride. Was it? Why? Back in the field, where the music is now more intense. Its weakness was the Magatama in its forehead. Once that was determined, Tojo and Tomonari slashed straight at the Blightfall.
友成、あと一撃で決めるぞ。
Tomonari will finish this with one last blow.
了解。
Understood. But the enemy wouldn't be so careless as to let up at such a vital moment. As if it knew its own weakness, it extended multiple tentacles and intercepted them with more ferocity than ever before. Please finish it. If we can't defeat it here, everyone, Edo, will be in big trouble. I felt frustrated that I could do nothing but pray and watch over the battle. The two were cornering the Blightfall more and more, slashing aside the many tentacles that attacked them. The ones they were unable to dodge ended up slicing their cheeks and clothing, yet they paid that no mind. Are they bloodied?
行け、友成。
Oh, they're fine. Really? Oh, this is rated T. Can they not show violence? Fantasy violence, mild blood, mild suggestive themes, language, and use of tobacco. I guess I'm too used to just seeing them covered in blood that I'm surprised that they aren't showing any signs of what she just described. Go, Tomonari!
言われなくとも
You don't have to tell me like I'm a Pokemon. And then Tomonari pierced clean through the Blightfall's forehead.
やったか。
Did you do it? At that moment, the Blightfall bellowed a death scream. Even while it was struggling painfully, the black threads that made up the Blightfall's body continued to disintegrate. From solid matter to thread. Then its color faded and it melted away into the air. In the end, the Blightfall disappeared completely, leaving only the Magatama. It's over. I mean, he's beautiful. After they saw the disappearance though, Tomonari and Toji quietly sheathed their swords. Tojo. The snow sacrament was complete. Tomonari? Tojo, are you hurt?
大丈夫。かすり傷程度だよ。
It's alright, just some scratches.
いやー、なんとかなったな。最後の一撃もいい起点だったぞ、友成。お兄さんが褒めてやるよ。
It worked out somehow. That was some quick thinking with that last attack, Tomonari. Come here, let your big bro praise you.
いい、暑苦しいから来ないで。僕はただ、硬そうだったから切るより刺した方がいいかと思っただけ。
Nope, not a fan of being smothered, thank you. Just thought since it was so tough, it would be better to stab than to slash.
ほんとお前って可愛くない。と、問題の品はこれか？
You're such a killjoy, man. Is this the item we're after? In the midst of their conversation, Tojo picked up the shattered magnetama that had fallen onto the ground. The magnetama remained tranquil, as if the ruckus from earlier was nothing more than a bad dream. Though there were still some black threads attached to it, it wouldn't be a Blightfall anymore.
あれ、もしかしてもう終わっちゃった？ってことは俺たちの出番なし？
Oh, they're beautiful boys. Wait, no, it's already over? Does that mean we don't get our chance to shine?
そのようです。どうやら無駄足を踏んだようですね。
Yes, that appears to be the case. It seems as though we've wasted our time coming here. At that point, Otaru and Kinji leisurely walked towards us from the bushes. Why are you two here?
手助けするよう命じられたんです。あなたたち気づいてなかったんですか？江戸からでもここの戦いが見えていましたよ。
We were ordered to come and assist you. Did you not notice? You could see the battle even from Edo. I'm gonna look at his voice actor again.
大きかったからな。
Yeah, that Blightfall was pretty big.
なあなあ、あんなでっかいのどうやって倒したんだ？普通に攻撃届かないだろ？
Hey, hey, how did you defeat something that big? Look, it must have been pretty tough, right?
飛んだ。
I hit the Magatama.
飛んだの？ちょっと見せてくれよ。
You hid the Magnetama? Where? I don't think the two of them quite understand each other. Maybe it's my imagination. By now, the atmosphere of the place had already become calm, but behind us, something was secretly moving. It was Tenchibo! Tenchibo, still on all fours, was headed somewhere without making a sound. He most likely planned to escape.
こーら、どこへ行くつもりだ？
Hey, where do you think you're going? Get. But there was no way that Oniwaban would allow that. Oops, did I forget that? Oh no. No, it's not actually clicked on there. That's fair. I'm like trying to open a window, but like on the side. Go to behindthevoiceactors.com. Everyone surrounded him, cutting off Tenchibo's escape route. Ooh, I thought they were...
こんだけの騒ぎを起こしたんだから、ちゃんと償ってもらわなきゃな。
You made a pretty big mess of things. Can't have you leaving without some sort of atonement. That's
これが噂の天一坊？なんだ、まだ子供じゃん。
This is the Tenchibo? What the heck? He's still a kid.
うるせえ！ガキにガキって言われたくねえよ。
Shut up, brat. Look who's talking.
とりあえず捕獲しておきますか。
Alright, let's tie him up. Kenji, why do you sound so familiar? I know there's gotta be a reason for that. Winter's Wish. I spelled winter wrong. I added a U. Daisuke Namikawa. Why does that sound familiar? Okay, I get it now. I thought so. As soon as I saw his name, I was like, wait, is this my guy? It's my guy! It's Takeru! It's Collar X Malice's voice. It's Seaweed Head. Okay. He does so many voices, actually, on top of that. Oh my goodness. He's also in JoJo. Oh my goodness. I think I already knew that though. Well, damn. It makes me like him more now. Actually, there is an anime. I wonder if I can share it. I don't know. Let's see. Not an anime. It's not an anime. A Tomy game. When I was researching voices, because I'm trying to do this thing, there is a game that I now need in my life. And it's in French, which is their favorite thing to do. Like, do I need to get a Vita game console again? Like, is there a physical release of this? I don't know. But it's called Reigns des Fleurs. And the voice actor for Anku is the voice actor of, like, one of the main love interests in this game. And I'm trying to load a photo of him. Please let me have this picture in big. Can I share this? Let's see. No. Oh, you know what? I'll save it. Let me save it. It doesn't want me to save it. I will not. What was that sound? You're fine. You're fine. You're being dramatic. I'm gonna call it OMG. Okay. Add a image. OMG. Like, look at these guys. Look at these. And then this one with the black hair and, like, gold. That is Anku's voice actor. Like, I need to play this game. Anyways, that's just me getting completely distracted. Alright, how do I get remove? But yeah, I need this game in my life. I'm really excited about it. I need that game. Yeah, exactly. I was like, because I was only trying to list Otomi games under, because I wanted to see like, oh, this is the voice actor, here's some of the roles. And I saw that picture and I was like, that looks like an Otomi character, but I've never seen this person before. And it says it was a Vita game. It makes it sound, it's already on my list of games need localization. There's another one too. It's called Snowbound Land. I won't go as far as to save a photo for this one, but it also has the voice actor that does Anku's voice in it too, and like it also looked gorgeous. It's also from Idea Factory, so that's definitely like one that could be localized. But yeah, that one was so friggin' pretty. I want it so bad. We need to start a petition. It says it was on Vita. I don't know if it was released in the US though on Vita. If it was, I used to have a Vita and I sold it to a friend, and maybe I could steal it from him. We'll see. Yeah, that one I fell in love with. As soon as I saw that art, I was like, now I need this game. Like, if it's got Anku's voice on top of looking like that, like, oh shit. Anyways, the guy with the long hair is Seaweed Head. That was the whole thing. I was like, I recognize this voice. I like this voice. All right, let's tie him up. Please wait a second.
どうして？このままだと逃げちゃうかもしれないよ。
Why? If we leave him free, he might run away. That's probably not going to happen. Please just give me some time. I told him that and faced Tenchibo once again. Whether or not Tenchibo was sulking, he wouldn't even meet my eye. Perhaps it was because he was surrounded by so many people, but he seemed somewhat uncomfortable. He's an introvert like the rest of us. Still, he can hear my voice, right? If we talk to him, Tenchibo should definitely understand. With determination in my heart, I slowly opened my mouth. Hey, let's go to the city commissioners together. That way it should make a better impression to the shogunate. It would be best if we properly investigate whether you're really Lord Yoshimun's child for all our sakes. That is, if you actually want to meet Lord Yoshimun. He's like, Tenchibo. I know. I know that better than anyone. Though he never turned back towards me, his answer was clearly directed just as much to himself as it was to me. Dun dun dun. The Tenchibo Castle. An incident caused by a single Yamabushi monk claiming to be the illegitimate son of Lord Yoshimun Tokugawa. I'll be chosen to become a daimyo soon. Upon hearing his claim, many ronin gathered at his side to offer up their services. Not only that, the Yamabushi monk was said to possess an abnormal and mysterious power, giving him complete control over an unknown monster. Then one day, when the time was right, the Yamabushi monk approached the shogunate, demanding that they acknowledge his existence. There was no proof. All he had was his mother's dying words. But there was no way the shogunate could accept such a bogus claim. And so the Yamabushi monk and the shogunate came to the brink of instigating a violent conflict. However, just before the fight could start, someone had eliminated the very monster that was the Yamabushi monk's trump card. Strangely enough, the Yamabushi monk disappeared without a trace after the incident. Perhaps the same mysterious monster was the Yamabushi monk's transformed. Its purpose to test Lord Yoshimun and the citizens of Edo. At least that was the rumor floating around town. Weird. About a month after the Tenchibo case, we'd gotten to a good spot with cleaning up the aftermath, and the Samurai Town group decided to hold an open-air tea ceremony to celebrate. The tea and snacks that were offered there were so very delicious.
やっぱ茶はいいな。この国に生まれたものの特権ってやつだな。
Tea really is the best, a true privilege for people born in this country.
美味しかった。
Yeah, it was delicious. Thank you, Mimi. It was so nice of you to hold such a wonderful tea party for us.
いいのよ。今日はお祝いですもの。みんなで楽しみましょうね。
Don't mention it. Today's a celebration. Let's all have fun together. Chirp, chirp! Of course, other than the Samurai Town team, Mimi, who aided the Oniwaban and Komame, were also attending. Or rather, Mimi had planned the whole open-air tea ceremony for us.
結局、武家の奥方様たちとは野立てはできなかったんでしょ？今日が初体験だったと思うけど、どうだった？
In the end, you weren't able to have an open-air tea ceremony with samurai wives, right? How was your first time experiencing it? It's really great. I don't have to worry about wall scrolls or flowers. I can sit however I want. Open air tea ceremonies are great.
あの時は緊張してたもんね。お茶の味すらわからなかったんじゃない？
Wow, Demonati, just call me out like that. You were pretty nervous that time. Could you even tell the taste of the tea? Now that you mention it, I might not have. Today's tea actually has flavor. It's good.
ならよかった。今日は作法とか気にしなくていいから好きなだけ楽しめよ。
Well, that's good. Don't worry about etiquette today. You can have as much fun as you want. Yes. I will.
あの天一坊事件？みんなが解決したって本当なの？
In any case, that Tenchibo case, is it true you already resolved it?
そうだが、何か問題でも？
That's right, but is there a problem with that? Look at this OTP couple right here. Imagine he just confessed his feelings. Like, that would be such a cute look this moment.
すごいわね。あんな大きな化け物を退治したの？私、実物を見ただけで気を失いそうだったのに。
It's amazing. You defeated that big monster. I was about to pass out just from seeing the real thing. When it's that big, then it certainly is scary.
それよりミハルさん、城下町に住んでいるなら大変だったんじゃないか？すごい混乱だったって聞いたが。
More importantly, Miharu, if you're living in Castle Town, wasn't it pretty bad? I heard there was a huge panic.
そうなのよ。避難する時なんてみんな好き勝手動くからまともに前にも進めなくて。
Yes, that's right. Everyone was going all over the place during the evacuation, and you couldn't move a single inch.
吉宗様が来てくれなかったら今頃どうなっていたことか。
I hate to think what would have happened if Lord Yoshimun didn't show up. Oh right, Lord Yoshimun was the one who led everyone in town.
あの時の吉宗様、かっこよかったわ。あんな簡単に民衆を誘導できるなんて、吉宗様って本当にすごい方よね。
Lord Yoshimun was so cool. He was able to coordinate all those citizens so easily. He really is an incredible man. Could Kyoshiro be...
ちょっと京四郎、何一人で笑ってるのよ。
Kyoshiro, why are you laughing to yourself? You're gonna ask that now?
いや、笑ってなどいないが。
What? I'm not laughing.
でも、口角が上がってたわよね。それは何なのよ。
That what she said? She said she's in love with him? Wait, I'm confused. But the corner of your lips are raised. What's up with that?
知らん。
I don't know.
知らんって何よ。
What do you mean you don't know? Come on, calm down, Mimi. Kyoshiro must have been happy that you were thinking so highly of Lord Yoshimun.
でも今のすごく珍しいぞ。よく考えたらお頭が笑うのってほとんど見たことないし。
You don't see that too often, though. Now that I think about it, I've almost never seen the captain smile.
僕も。
Me too.
もしかして吉宗様のことになると表情筋が緩くなるのかしら。
Perhaps he feels more at ease when it comes to talking about Lord Yoshimun. Jeep, jeep! As the conversations unfolded, Komame was engrossed with leaping around the garden. She normally spent a lot of time at home inside the room, so she seemed to be enjoying the freedom.
お豆のやつ、元気だな。世話もお前に任せっきりで悪い。俺も何かしてやれたらいいんだが。
Komame sure is energetic. I'm so sorry for leaving all the care to you. I wish there was something I could do. No, it's not a problem. You always help me out. It's the least I can do. Besides, I just enjoy being with Komame.
そうか。それならよかった。
You see, I'm happy to hear it. Does Komame have a huge crush on Tojo and that's why she can't be around Tojo? She's like, whoa. And then Tojo smiled gently while looking at Komame. Yet he didn't even call out to her. He was probably worried that Komame would run away. Tojo and Komame's relationship is sad in a way. It's almost like some sort of unrequited love.
ねえ、そのスズメちゃん、もともと東條さんの子だったの？どうしてあなたがお世話を？
Tojo used to own the little sparrow. Why are you taking care of it now? That's a pretty long story. Chirp? As we were discussing that, the little sparrow in question disappeared into the bushes.
あら、スズメちゃん奥に行っちゃったわよ。
Oh my, the little one went to the back. Komame, you shouldn't go too far away from us. There are walls surrounding us, so she shouldn't get lost, but... Jeep! Oh my goodness, look at this bird. She's way too... That is not how big she would be in comparison to this area. Surprisingly, Komame immediately leapt out from the bushes. Is it a cat? Jeep, 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 jeep. She's crying. Not only that, but she was racing towards me at the same speed as when she would run away from Tojo. She looked so stressed that it made me wonder what the situation was when... To my surprise, a snake was chasing Komame from behind. It was startling fast and looked like it was going to catch up to Komame at any second. At this rate, Komame's going to get eaten. Komame, I'll save you. But before I could run towards her, Tojo leapt forward from beside me and then... Take this! Using his sword with its teeth still on, he instantly held down the snake's head.
まったく、うちの子に意地悪するのはお前か?
Are you the one bullying my baby? Oh my gosh. Tojo nonchalantly picked the snake up and shot a threatening glare right into its face. Perhaps because it had accepted its loss, the snake seemed completely downtrodden.
よし。この様子なら放っておいても問題なさそうだな。
Good. Looks like he lost his appetite. Tojo tossed the snake over the wall where there were very few people passing by. But there were still people passing by, right? Komame, are you alright? Oh my god, hang on. You can't see the shaking baby. Look at her. Chirp! While that happened, Komame rushed over to me and I hurriedly held her in my hands. Komame was shaking and trembling, but she didn't seem hurt.
どうやら無事なようだな。
Seems like she's alright. Tojo also came back soon after and looked down at Komame with worry. Not only that, he reached out with his arm and gently petted Komame. Chirp!
間に合ったようでよかった。
So glad I made it in time. Thanks to you, she's safe, but I never expected there to be a snake around here. I wonder if it came in from somewhere.
塀の隙間からかもしれない。毒がない種類だったからよかったが、また入ってこないように対策しないとな。
Maybe from a crack in the wall. I'm glad it wasn't venomous, but we should do something to prevent them from entering again. You're right, we don't want Komame getting attacked again. Then, at that point in the conversation, I noticed something. Oh! Look at that. Look at the little baby. To my astonishment, Tojo's hand was placed on top of mine. He must have been trying to support Komame unconsciously while petting Komame with his one hand. His other hand completely enveloped mine. Tojo was completely focused on Komame and he didn't notice this at all. This is a little embarrassing, I think. But if I move my hand, then Tojo can't pet Komame. What should I do? As soon as I became conscious of it, I could feel this sensation of Tojo's hand. Warm, big, rough, weird. The more I tried not to think about it, the more it began to invade my thoughts.
変な顔してどうしたんだ?
Why are you making that weird face? No, this is...
何かあったのか? やっぱりKomameが怪我してたのか?
Did something happen? Is Komame actually hurt? Tojo took the hand that was petting Komame and slid it around my back, drawing his body even closer to mine. We were positioned so that it would have looked as if he was hugging me close to him. Everyone's going to think we're... I could no longer think clearly. Despite knowing that my face was bright red, I couldn't do anything but look down.
東條さん、多分そうじゃないわ。
Tojo, that's probably not it.
あなたのせいよ。あなたがくっついているから、この子 そわそわしているんだと思う。
She's just in the background going, "Look, listen, guy. It's because of you. I think it's because you're so close to her. She's getting nervous." Made me also notice how embarrassing. She's like, "It's done. I must end my life." Wears a lycra's filled. That was when Tojo finally looked at me.
おっと、俺のせいか。悪い悪い。
Oops, I guess that was my fault. Sorry. He must have figured it out. After looking at my face, Tojo immediately moved away. Sorry for reacting so weirdly. I'm not too used to this kind of stuff.
いや、俺が悪かったんだから気にする
Innocent
な。
as far as I could tell.
いつも男か子供ばっか相手にしていたもんで、距離感を間違えた。
My husband is falling. Please don't fall. Actually, oh my god. This is my husband. Can you see him? Isn't he cute? He lives on my desk. But he started to fall backwards. No, it's my fault. Don't sweat it. I'm always interacting with guys or kids, which messed up my sense of personal space. No, it was my fault too. But I noticed Komame seems fine, even while you were petting her, Tojo. Normally, she immediately runs away.
そう言われてみれば、そうだな。
Now you mention it, you're right. Tojo once again faced Komame, who was still sitting on my hand. Even though Tojo was at such a close distance, Komame remained calm.
お豆、もう俺が平気なのか？
Komame, are you cool with me now? Chirp! But at that point, Komame returned to her usual self. I'm not repeating that one. She made a sound like a scream and escaped from my hand as fast as my eyes could keep track of her. She's just shy. She's got a crush. It seemed that she hadn't completely opened her heart up to him.
ああ、まだダメだったみたいだ。
I guess she wasn't ready yet.
なるほど、わかったわ。だから東條さんじゃ買えないのね。
Oh, I see. I get it now. So that's why Tojo can't keep her.
しかし、素晴らしい身体能力だな。鍛えれば戦闘の補佐として使えるのではないか？
That was quite the physical feat. If you train her, couldn't you use her as an assistant in combat?
それがダメなんですよ。小豆は怪我で空が飛べないんです。
That's the thing. Unfortunately, Komame can't fly because of an injury.
それなら難しいか。
That would make things difficult. Huh? When the conversation drew to an end, I noticed something. Tomonari hasn't said anything for a while now. I wonder what's wrong. He's jelly bears. Look at that jelly bear. When I looked behind me, Tomonari was piling snacks onto a plate, beautifully decorated wagashi and manju, heavy red bean mochi, and to top it off, konpito candy sprinkled all around. We'd eaten nerikiri earlier, so he must have been preparing something else. Tomonari, what are you doing?
豪華なお茶菓子盛りを作ろうかと思って。このためにいろいろ
So
買って
he's
きたんだ。
not jelly bears? How dare you? I wanted to make a fancy snack arrangement. That's why I brought all this stuff. Isn't tea supposed to be the main attraction of a tea ceremony?
これは君が初めて大きな任務を成功させたお祝いだから。
It's a treat for me. This is for you to celebrate the success of your first major mission. For me, now that I think about it, Tomonari also gave me a reward before. Even now, I could immediately recall the taste of the konpito. When I thought about it, I was probably able to complete my Oniwakban mission because of him. Thanks to what he did and the reward he had given me, my success finally felt real.
ほら、食べてみて。
Here, try some. Whether he knew my feelings or not, Tomonari handed me the snack arrangement with a smile. Thank you. Of course, I decided to take one of the konpito decorating the sides of the dish.
コンペイトーでいいの？
Are you fine with just konpito? Of course, this is the taste of our memories, right?
そうだね。うん、そうかも。
This is the taste of our memories? This is the taste of our memories? What does that mean? I know what it's referencing, but it just might be. See me pick up the compito as if it was valuable treasure. Tomonari squinted his eyes with joy.
なんだなんだ意味深な感じだな。俺も仲間に入れてくれよ。
What's up, guys? Why does it feel like there's more to the story than that? Let me in on it too. This is something we'll keep secret. Even from you, Tojo, right, Tomonari?
国高には教えない。
I won't tell him anything.
なんだよ。また俺だけ仲間外れか？はあ、先輩も楽じゃないな。
Come on, you're leaving me out of the loop again? It's not so easy being older.
若いわね。
They're so young. Maharu, you're technically younger than my character in terms of actual years. Koshiro and Mimi peacefully watched on as we giggled and enjoyed ourselves. Yeah, this is a pairing. I'm done. This is it. This is the one. This is the one.
そういえば、茶菓子なら今回褒美で吉宗様からいただいたものがあったな。
Speaking of which, I received some wagashi from Lord Yoshimon as a reward.
美味しかった？
Was it
い
good?
や、まだ食べていない。武家町組全員のためにもらったものだから、玄関に置いてきた。
I haven't eaten it yet. I was told it was for the whole Samurai Town team, so I left it in the foyer.
お頭、もしかしてそれ、今日茶会をするって聞いたから、殿が気を利かせて渡してくれたんじゃ。
Captain, did it ever occur to you that the shogun might have given it to you because he heard we were having a tea ceremony today?
そうだったのか。だとしたら失敗したな。
Was that so? In that case, I believe I may have made a mistake.
何やってるのよ。仕方ないわね。なら、私が取ってきてあげるわ。
Oh dear, you're so hopeless. I'll go get it. Upon hearing that, Mimi immediately stood up. Mimi, do you want me to go with you?
いいのよ。すぐに戻ってくるから、お茶でも飲んで待ってて。
It's fine. It'll just be a second. Wait here and drink your tea. Is Mimi gonna die? There she goes. But if we're going to discuss the case in more detail, now's a good time as any. As soon as I thought of that, I faced everyone once more. What happened to Tenchibo? It had already been a week since Tenchibo was captured. The investigation conducted by the Kanto magistrate had come to close, and it was around that time that the results should have been released.
天一坊開業なら、今は牢屋敷に捕らえてある。他の牢人たちも同様だ。
Kaijo Tenchibo is currently being held in a prison house just like the other Ronin. Then does that mean Tenchibo isn't Lord Yoshimon's illegitimate
結
son?
論から言うとそうだな。母親が紀州藩で奉公していたのは事実だったが、吉宗様との子ではなかった。
To answer your question, he is not. While it's true his mother was a servant in Kishu province, he was not Lord Yoshimon's child.
天一坊は母親の言葉に惑わされただけのようだな。
It appears Tenchibo was simply fooled by his mother's words. Oh, I see. His reasoning seems suspicious, and I felt a little sorry for him, but there's no helping that.
ただ、事件が完全に解決したわけではない。天一坊が勾玉を購入した商人についてだが、該当する人物は発見できなかった。
The case hasn't been completely resolved. We haven't been able to locate the merchant that Tenchibo bought the Magnatama from.
話を聞いた限りだと、天一坊が今回のような愚行に走ったのは、その人物に助言を受けたためらしい。
According to Tenchibo, it seems that he pursued this foolish endeavor as per that same person's suggestion.
天一坊も、本当ならもっと実力をつけてから吉宗様に直談判する予定だったと言っている。
He also added that in reality he had wanted to improve himself before directly negotiating with Lord Yoshimon.
ってことは、天一坊もそいつにそそのかされたわけか。
Which means that person also helped investigate Tenchibo.
じゃあ、その商人を見つけないと。
So that means that we should find that merchant or or
また同じような事件が起こるかもしれ
a
ない。
similar incident may occur. I know a merchant. He's a love interest. He's got red hair. Was it him? The stakes have become really high. If fighting the Blightfall wasn't enough, now there were people capable of creating tools to control Blightfall. It had all the makings of another major incident. And if someone like that was truly out there, then we had to do everything we could in order to find them.
それにしても、今回の事件、お前はよくやってくれたな。
In any case, Leah did a great job on this mission. Huh? Me? But I was just watching during the final battle and I wasn't much help.
そんなことないよ。良いかにとどめをさせたのは、君が弱点を見つけてくれたからでしょ。
No, that's not true. That's not true. The only reason we were able to deal the final blow to the Blightfall was because you found its weak point,
そ
remember?
れにこの事件を調査するきっかけだって。君がいなかったら聞き出せなかったかもしれない。
If you weren't here, we wouldn't have been able to get the information that made us look into this incident in the first place.
あと最後、立派に天一坊を説得してみせたしな。おかげで搬送が楽だったぜ。
Not to mention, you did a great job convincing Tenchibo in the end. Thanks to that, transporting him was a breeze. Tomonari, Tocho?
皆もああ言っていることだし、自信を持つといい。お前は間違いなく、お庭番にとって必要な人材だ。
Everyone is saying this, so you should be confident in yourself. Without a doubt, you're a necessary asset to the Oniwaban. Yes, thank you very much. Before I knew it, my eyes were full of tears from everyone's kind words. When I first joined the Oniwaban, it was because I had been ordered to by the Shogun, but there were people who needed me. I had come all the way here telling myself that this was where I had to be. But through this case, I was reminded again that there was a side of myself who wanted to be with everyone, who wanted to help everyone. It wasn't because I was being forced to, it was because I myself wanted to be here. I'd like to formally say that I look forward to working with everyone. I'm going to work even harder from now on.
ああ、期待しているぞ。
Good. I have high hopes for you.
たっだいま。お菓子持ってきたわよ。なかなか見つからなくて困っちゃった。
I'm back! And here are the snacks. I had some trouble since they were hard to find.
なんであなたが泣いてるの？
Why is Leah crying? Huh? That was when Mimi came back with truly impeccable timing. When I wiped my eyes as she pointed out, I really had been crying all this time. It seemed that the tears that welled up earlier had been pouring down my cheeks.
一体何があったの？お姉ちゃんに話してみなさい。
What in the world happened? Tell me everything. Calm down, Mimi. This is... Is it
俺
my...
のせいか？
Is it my fault? Huh?
なんですって？どういうことなの？京志郎！
Oh no. What did you say? What do you mean, Kyoshiro?
待ってくれ、ミハルさん。これはお頭のせいじゃなくて。
Wait, Maharu, this isn't the captain's fault.
まったく、どうしてお頭はそうややこしい言い方をするんですか？
Give us a break, Captain. Why are you making things more complicated than they already are?
事実だろ
う。It's the truth.
考え方によってはそうなのかも。最初にあの話題を出したのは京志郎さんだから。
Depending on how you look at it, I guess he was the first person to talk about that topic.
こら、友成！お前も話をややこしくするな！
Tomonari, you're not helping.
なんて許さないわ！恥を知りなさい！恥を！
This is so cute. What the heck? It makes no sense. Why are they off on the side just smiling? Oh my goodness. There's so many layers to this. Okay. I'll never forgive you for making a move on here. No, some shame. Shame on you.
いた。俺はなぜ叩かれたのだ？
Why did you hit
お
me?
頭、自業自得ですよ。
It's your own fault, Captain.
吉宗様からのお菓子、金粉が乗っているよ。一緒に食べよう。
Leah, there's a gold dust on the snacks Lord Yoshiman gave us. Let's eat them together. Huh? Oh, alright. The place had become a pit of chaos. Mimi had started a one-sided argument with Kyoshido, Tojo was trying to mediate, and Tomonari couldn't care less. To tell the truth, I normally wouldn't feel comfortable in this kind of atmosphere, but... Chirp! You're right, Komame. It's fun being with everyone. But being here, I was reminded again of the peace of mind that this place and these people gave me. Wait a second. I thought I couldn't do his story. Yeah, I thought he was locked. Once the Tenchibo case had been resolved, we continued going... Wait, didn't that say chapter 4? Weren't we on chapter 2? Who am I? We continued going about our Oniwaban duties guarding Samurai Town. We had just wrapped up business for the day and were conducting our daily debriefing.
それでは、今日一日の成果を報告してもらいたい。まずは国高、友成。
Very well then, let's hear your daily reports. First, Kunataka and Tomonari.
はい。今日は普段通り、友成と組んで武家町の見回りをしました。
Today I patrolled Samurai Town with Tomonari as per
情
usual.
報収集も並行して行いましたが、例の商人に関する情報は入手できませんでしたね。
We tried to gather intel while on patrol, but couldn't find anything on the dealer in question.
事件の種になるような噂話すら聞けませんでした。良いかの出現も確認していません。
We didn't catch wind of a single thing that might have sparked the incident. We also weren't able to confirm whether a blightfall had appeared.
そうか。
What route am I on? It says I'm on Tomonari's, which I thought was locked. Yeah, it says Tomonari Takamura. I thought he wasn't one I could go first for. Wait a second, how did I do this? Oh no, wait, was this even the route I wanted? I mean, I think he was one I wanted to go down first, but I thought I couldn't. I thought it said it was locked. Rephrase that right. I thought you said it was locked. It says I'm on his route. Maybe it's broken. Did I break the game? I've never played this game before. I quite literally got this from my friend. Oh goodness. Well, whatever. We'll do what we do. And Julia, it might turn into throwing me off his route. Maybe it's just like you died. She invited me over for a tea party. I also checked for a Chirp! That was as far as I got before Komame, who had been sitting on my lap, spread her wings as if to assert that she'd been there too. Oh yes, I had Komame with me today as well. I mentioned her to Miss Tanba earlier, and she asked me to bring Komame along.
茶会では何か情報を入手できたか?
I just like how she's on her chest. Like, what? I got too distracted. Did you gather any useful information at the tea party? Not really, it was pretty laid back. We mostly just celebrated Mr. Tanban's appointment to the Shogun's Council of Elders. The rest was regular small talk. Someone found a shop that sells delicious tea cakes. Oh, well, I mean, if we get a bad end, we get a bad end. We played natural the first round. And by natural, I mean I reset if they don't like the answers. Let's see, what were my first thoughts? I had my first thoughts written out. Kunitaka, Tomonari. Tomonari was already supposed to be second in my list. The rest was regular small talk. Someone found a shop that sells delicious tea cakes. A friend of Mrs. Tanba brought a cat for 5 row. A type of gold coin in circulation during the Edo era. 1 ro was enough to buy approximately 150 kilograms of rice, enough to feed a person for 1 year. 5 ro. That's enough to feed a person for 5 years.
Neko?
A cat? She said keeping a cat had been all the rage in Samurai Town lately. It seemed like she invited Komame today as she wanted to ask what having a pet sparrow was like. Chirp, 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 chirp. Komame was a real hit too. We had a lively little chat thanks to her.
コマメも立派にこの子を助けてやっているんだな。
Sounds like Komame's doing
育
a
ての
swell
親としては
job
鼻が高い。
helping you out, Leah. As the one who raised her, I couldn't be prouder. Jeep! The moment Tojo held out his hand, Komame flew out of my arms. Komame!
逃げることないだろ。
She wouldn't run away, would she? Jeep! Despite Tojo's anguished cries, Komame had already disappeared into the tatami room. She moves quickly.
コマメの心はいつ開かれるんだ。
When will Komame finally open up to me? Yoshiro had been watching over us the entire time, not moving a single muscle. I jumped when I saw his deadpan expression. It seems we've gotten sidetracked. My apologies. I didn't really need to report back on that.
いや、問題ない。
No
では
worries.
話を戻すとして、残留思念の方はどうだ？普段に比べて増えている箇所はなかったか？
Back to the topic at hand. What about emotional imprints? Did any one area have more than usual? Well, his question made me think back to the scene from earlier this afternoon. In a place with thick with emotional imprints, it was safe to assume that there was someone... Oh gosh, was where someone was harboring those same specific emotions. Many times it was where some unspeakable horror had taken place. In the back of my mind, I definitely recalled a place matching that description, but there were fewer emotional imprints overall. They used to be extremely thick everywhere they appeared in Samurai Town, but even those have thinned.
丹波家周辺もか？
Even by the Tanba's house? Yes, sir. In fact, the Tanbas are the very picture of happiness right now. I wouldn't expect any to appear there. I see. Koshiro said, looking down at the ground as if deep in thought.
お頭、丹波家に何か気になることでもあるんですか？
Captain, is there something about the Tanba family weighing on your mind?
実は最近、幕府の要人たちから不審な黒い影を見かけるという報告が相次いでいてな。
Actually, I've been receiving reports after report of suspicious dark shadows from the important shogunate officials recently. Otomi Kitten's tip. If you try to play Tomanari or Otaru's route from the start without meeting the prerequisites, you'll get one of their short bad endings. It's fine. We're gonna do that and then we'll go back. I guess I have to just make the choices that guy likes. I was making the choices everybody likes. I didn't end up on his route. My bad. I picked the samurai town. I just assumed it would make me auto-catapult me towards the green kimono guy. It's fine. We'll see what his bad ending's like. We'll get a vibe check and then come back. Atomi games love to be a pain in the ass. And yet I play them only, like almost exclusively. I almost never play anything else. Actually, that just reminded me I need to move chat over. Thank you for putting in a longer post. I totally forgot. I was trying to make sure this went to the edge. Should I go higher? Let's just go a little higher. So no, we're gonna go lower. Actually, I lied. We're gonna go lower. Hopefully that's fine. I play them exclusively and they love to be problem children. I've received reports after a report of suspicious dark shadows from important shogunate officials
丹波家の
recently.
亭主も目撃者の一人だ。
One of the witnesses was the head of the Tanbon house.
もしかしたら良いかの類かと思ったが、彼女の見立てが正しいのなら、その可能性は低そうだな。
I thought it might be some kind of blightfall, but if Leah's assessment is sound, that seems pretty unlikely. Blightfall can't spawn without emotional imprints after all. The black threads that spawn from people do sometimes transform into Blightfall instantly, but nothing like that has happened. So what do you think the black shadow might be? If a certain love interest is locked, then let us know. Some people want to go for a certain love interest and then out of nowhere they get a bad ending. Right? Yeah, that seems a little funky because I'm used to locked routes. I mean, I guess. I mean, if you think about Virtue, everything technically was a bad ending until you complete the game. Which honestly, at that point, I think killed my motivation. I think I would have liked the game better if they hadn't have done that. It would have made sense if like the salvation endings had spoilers in them. And that was why they locked them. They're like, oh, let's not let them see these spoiler endings. But no. Lucas's would have been the same no matter what. Mathis's is the only one that kind of gave some stuff like that it wasn't really anything special. I mean, Sheen basically said I want to have kids and his like it was nothing. It was nothing. They kept it all a secret. You didn't know. Even at the end of Sheen's in his salvation ending, you still like didn't know that Mother was Dahat's child. Like you didn't know that. Or sorry, I said that backwards. Dahat was Mother's child. Like they didn't spoil anything. We didn't need that. You didn't need to lock it. All you did was make me mad. But I had already assumed his was locked, so I was actually surprised it let me do it since I figured he's like the ending, like he's the true ending. Like he's the one inside the case. That's how you know that they want you to date that guy. Look at him, so cute in there. Holding her hand. And they usually lock those ones because they're evil. So what do you think the Black Shadows might be then?
性的の密偵とか忍びのものとかいろいろ考えられるよな。幕府の要人を狙うやつなんて5万といるんだし。
I could name a bunch of things off the top of my head. Enemy spies, ninjas. There's no shortage of people targeting shogunate officials.
悪いことをするのは良いかだけじゃないからね。
Blightfalls aren't the only ones committing evil deeds after all. Oh, I see.
しかしそうなると我々の専門外となる。できることはなさそうだな。
It's outside of our area of expertise, though. Not much we can do there. And on it went. From the Oniwaban's perspective, Edo was pretty peaceful at the moment. There hadn't been a single sighting of a Blightfall wielded by a person, our biggest concern since the Tenichabo case. I don't know how I forgot to say his name suddenly. Even normal Blightfall were still only appearing in occasional fits of burst. In fact, it was so peaceful that I frequently had enough time on my hands to help out at Tojo's school.
それで、お頭、天一坊からは何か聞き出せましたか?
Did you get any useful intel out of Tenchibo, Captain?
いや、全く。
Not a damn thing.
彼から新たな情報を得るのは難しいだろうな。
It'll be difficult to get anything new out of him.
商人にしても、
That's for
まとも
sure.
に答えられなかった。
I couldn't get him to give me any straight answer about the Magnetama or the dealer.
買った場所も覚えていないし、商人がどんな顔だったのかすらわからないそうだ。
He can't remember where he bought it. He doesn't even seem to know what the dealer looked like.
単にとぼけているだけじゃないんですか?
Are you sure he wasn't just playing dumb?
それはほぼないだろう。
I'm inclined to say no.
天一坊は最初から商人が事件の首謀者だと訴えている。そんな人物をかばうわけがないだろう。
Tenchibo claimed from the very beginning that the dealer was the mastermind behind the entire incident. I doubt he would have covered for someone like that.
それに、一応強引な手を使って確かめてもみたが、 隠し事をしている様子はなかった。
Not to mention, he wasn't hiding anything either. He used aggressive measures to be sure of that. Aggressive measures?
詳しく説明した方がいいか？
Should I explain in more detail? No, thank you.
とにかく、天一坊からは情報を入手できない。きっと、商人に捨て駒として利用されただけなんだろう。
At any rate, I wasn't able to get information out of Tenchibo. I'm pretty sure the dealer was just using him as a scapegoat. The culprit had forced Tenchibo to use an object that gave him control over Blightfall. Then he erased his memory. Honestly, it made my blood run cold to think that a person capable of something so unusual could simply disappear into thin air. Like a vessel. Maybe they were taking a wait-and-see approach. Or perhaps they were out there, silently preparing for their next evil deed.
じゃあ天一坊は今も牢屋敷にいるんですか？
Is Tenchibo still in jail?
この一件が片付くまでは居続けてもらうつもりだ。
He is. We plan on keeping him there until we've wrapped up the loose ends in this case.
疑っているわけではないが、また良いかに利用される可能性もある。彼を守るためにもそうするのが最善だろう。
We don't suspect him of anything, but it's entirely possible that Blightfall might try to use him again. It's for his own protection, first and foremost. I suppose you're right, and he definitely knows something even though he says he doesn't remember.
だが今のところ、証人側から接触してくる気配はないな。
True, but there's been no sign of the dealer trying to get in touch with him.
せめて口封じにでも来てくれれば罠を張ったりできるんですけどね。
We could at least set a trap or something in case they come to silence him.
八方塞がり。
No leads. Everyone fell silent at Tomonari's words, which succulently summed up the situation. What the heck is that? As long as the dealer was still at large, we couldn't really say that Tenchibo's case had been resolved. Was I doomed to feel like I had a lump in my throat forever? Hi! Good evening! Just then, Miharu burst in holding a bundle wrapped in cloth. We were all taken aback by the almost literal way she broke the silence.
里芋の煮っころがし作りすぎちゃったから持ってきたわ。あと、ついでに聞きたいことがあるんだけど。
I simmered a few too many yams, so I thought I'd bring you some. On a related note, there was something I wanted to ask you. She prattled on a bit before looking around, startled. Maharu had just realized there were presents. Oh, there's presents. Ah! She immediately retreated behind the door, only her head poking out as she peeked inside.
ごめんなさい。まだお話中だったかしら？
I'm sorry, were you guys in the middle of something?
いや、問題ない。ちょうど終わったところだ。
No worries, we just finished.
じゃあ、入っても大丈夫？
Do you mind if I come in then?
ああ、好きにしろ。
Sure, be our guest.
なら、お言葉に甘えて。お邪魔します！
Well, if you insist. If you insist, don't mind if I do. My voice started to crack right then. I was like, oof, I can't. The moment she had permission, Moharu was back in her usual upbeat self. She opened the door again and came inside. Then she walked up to me and held out a bundle neatly wrapped in
これ煮っ
cloth.
ころがしよ。おかずが足りない時にでも食べて。
These are for you, Leah. Eat them when you don't have any other side dishes. Thank you for always looking out for me, Mimi. She had stopped by with gifts like this every so often since I started living in Edo. I quickly unwrapped the cloth and saw that the container inside was stuffed with perfectly simmered yams. This looks so good. If no one else were here, I'd eat this with my hands right now.
そういえば、ミハルさん、さっき何か言いかけてなかったか？聞きたい
It's
ことがあると
heartbreaking.
か
You
な
can't
んと
just
か。
eat yams when you want to. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to ask something, Maharu?
あ、そうそう、そうなのよ。
Oh yeah, I totally did.
よかったら次のお休みの日、遊びに行かない？ちょっと気分転換にお出かけしたくて。
Leah, you want to hang out with me on your next day off? I'd love to go out and do something for a change. Of course, I'd love to. Where would you like to go? Want to sit back and relax in Castletown or go watch a play in the entertainment district?
人混みは疲れるから、できれば江戸の外に行きたいわね。お弁当を持ってお散歩とかどうかしら。
Oh, Maharu, I love you. Crowds are exhausting. I was thinking we could go somewhere outside of Edo. How about we pack a lunch and go for a walk? Great idea. That sounds like so much fun. I'll help make our lunches.
頼りにしてるわ。
Please and thank you. I was ecstatic about the unexpected invitation. There had been so few developments in the case recently. I'd been feeling pretty glum. Hanging out with Maharu would be the perfect way to blow off some steam. Oh yeah, in that case, would you mind if everyone else came with us, Mimi?
Eh?
Huh? The moment I said that out loud, Mimi's threads took on a decidedly gloomy color and she's blushing. Oh no, were you hoping it'd just be the two of us?
そんなことはないけど。大丈夫よ。みんなで行きましょう。
It's fine. Let's all go together. The colors or threads didn't change one bit. Now look what I've done. I should have asked her first. I figured we could all use a break, but maybe I shouldn't have said that. Girl, you don't. Yeah, you don't. Here's the rule, okay? If you are a friend, you do not ask friend if other people can come in front of other people. You ask them when you are alone so that they can give their honest answer. Because sometimes some friends don't want other people there. Or sometimes we have low batteries and we just want less people there. I couldn't take back what I had already said though. The mood had already shifted. Everyone seemed ready to go on a walk together.
みんなで行けば楽しいわよね。友成はどう？一緒に。
Going as a group would be so much fun. What do you say, Tomonari? You should come with.
行く。
I'll go. He didn't even stop to think about it.
お前、次の休みは刀の手入れをするとか言ってなかったか？それはいいのか？
I thought you said you were going to spend your next day off doing maintenance on your sword. You sure?
前日に終わらせとくから大丈夫。
That's alright. I'll just finish it the night before. You don't have to oh gosh. You don't have to if it's too much trouble, Tomonari. I mean, it's important for samurais to take good care of their swords.
行く。
I'll go. You will? Well, if you say so, Tomonari. He said he'll just do it on a different day, so it's probably fine, right? We established that we're gonna get a bad ending. Is this it? Does he not do maintenance on his sword and then his blade is dull and he dies?
それじゃあ、友成は決まりね。東條さんはどう？
Tomonari's in. How about you, Tojo?
悪いんだが、俺は無理そうだ。次の休みは寺子屋を開くってあいつらと約束してるからな。
I don't understand. They shouldn't all have the same day off, right? Like, this also seems kind of strange. To be like, let's all go on our next day off. Is your next day off the same day? Do you guys take Sundays off? What is this? I hate to do this to you, but I can't make it. I promised to open the school for my next day off. All right, if anything, I'm sorry I can't be there to help.
いや、大丈夫だ。お前にはいつも手伝ってもらってるし。
You always help me. Go have some
思いっきり楽しんでこい。
fun. It's a walk, bro. Thank you.
あとは。
And last but not least, your boyfriend! Come on! Look at him. Miharu whispered, looking over at the last person awkwardly. Who was, of course... Look how cute he is, and I can't date this guy. Like, what is this? What kind of game would put a boy like this in here and not let me pursue him romantically? Explain that to me, game. Kyoshiro. He stood there waiting for Maharu, looking as dignified as ever, not saying a single word. Even though I had only made a side view of her, I could clearly tell Maharu was frowning. I take it that she doesn't want to hang out with Koshiro. Hoshido nodded sagely, as though he were aware of Maharu's displeased gaze.
よし、俺も行こ
Very well. I'll go too. Huh? Yet for some reason he accepted the invitation with a very manly-like reply.
なんでよ。どうして来るのよ。
But why? Why?
ここは普通断るでしょ。私の顔見えてないの？すっごい嫌そうにしてるじゃない。わかる？
You were supposed to say no. Can't you see my face? Can't you tell how much I don't want you to come?
う。そうか。いつも通りの美晴だと思うが。
Is that so? I just thought you were being your usual self, Maharu.
こんなひどい顔、あなたにしか見せないわよ。
You're the only person I ever make this face at.
それは気づかなかった。ならば、関係改善のためにも、共に行動をした方がいいのではないか？
I never noticed. Maybe we should work on improving our relationship.
時と場合によるでしょ。もう、本当は姉妹でお出かけしたかったのに。
There's a time and a place for that, okay? All I wanted was a nice girl's day out. I knew it. Sorry, Maharu. I'll make up for it another day. But you know what? On second thought, she and Kyoshiro seem to get along pretty well.
次のお休み、楽しみだね。
Aww. I'm looking forward to our next day off. Yes. And that was how we all ended up making plans to go out on our next day off from work. And then we did. Wow, what a meadow. A few days later, once it was finally time for the Samurai Town crew's day off, we all went for a walk to the outskirts of the Edo as promised. Komame came too, since this was an official onomatopoeia, what it is to Oniwaban business.
いいお天気ね。昨日の夜はちょっと怪しかったけど。
It's so nice outside. It was looking a bit iffy last night. I'm so glad it ended up being such a beautiful sunny day. Right? Couldn't ask for a better day to go on a walk. It feels so good being out in the sun. Chirp, chirp.
こまめちゃんもご機嫌ね。
Even
今日はこまめ
Komame-san.
ちゃんのためにたくさんお米も持ってきたから
I
楽
started
し
to
みに
say
しててね。
what she was saying. Even Komame seems to be in a good mood. I brought a bunch of rice for you too, Komame. You're gonna love it. I made rice balls for lunch. I'm not sure they will be as good as the ones you made though, Mimi.
あなたが作ったんですもの。美味しいに決まってるわ。楽しみね。
I'm sure they will be. You made them after all. I can't wait to have one. With that, I turned around to take a quick peek at Tomonari and Kyoshiro. The two of them had been dead silent for the entirety of my friendly chat with Maharu. Oh no, I need to find a way to include them in the conversation. Quick, sports. Mimi, I made everybody lunch.
そのような手はずだと以前も言っていたな。
Oh, Mimi and I. Sorry. You mentioned you were planning to do that earlier.
頑張ったんだね。ありがとう。その荷物僕が持とうか？
Thank you. You did a great job. Would you like me to carry that for you? No, thank you. I can handle it. Anyways, what's your favorite thing to eat with rice?
特にないかも。
I don't think I have
こ
one.
ちらもだ。
Me neither. You don't say.
珍しいわね。好きな味付けもないの？
That's unusual. Do you have a favorite flavor then?
必要な栄養さえ取れれば問題ないからな。肉体さえ構築できればそれでいい。
All that matters to me is that I get proper nutrition. Enough to build muscle is really all I need.
同じく。
Likewise.
そう。二人とも淡白ね。
Really? You both have simple taste. The conversation come to a grinding halt. The vast plots of land devoid of people were nothing like Edo. The silence out here in the open was absolutely deafening. Oh boy, maybe I should have put more effort into finding something to talk about. Maybe Tomonari and Kyoshiro are chattier when they're talking to each other. I think I'll leave them alone for a little bit.
そうだわ。今日はあなたのためにきんぴらごぼうを作ってきたのよ。
Oh yeah, I also made some burdock root salad for you today. You did? Thank you. Your burdock root salad is to die for. It's perfectly seasoned all the way through with just a hint of spice, a great compliment to any meal. It might just be my favorite food in the whole world.
あらあら、それは言い過ぎよ。
Oh, stop. You're making me blush. No, I really mean it. Your recipe is out of this world. Burdock root salad almost doesn't taste right to me unless it tastes like yours, you know?
ああ、なるほどね。
Oh, I see. Maharu's eyes were downcast as she said that, looking a bit sad. Both her expression and the color of her threads were at odds with what we had just been talking about, which caught my attention. What's wrong, Mimi?
ちょっと思うところがあって。
It's just I'm a little conflicted.
それはもしかしたら、あなたがセツさんの味を無意識的に覚えているからかもしれないわね。
I can't help but wonder if maybe you only feel that way because part of you remember how Setsu's tasted. Setsu? Setsu was my mother's name. My father would say it over and over again when telling stories about her, searing her name into my brain. That said, I didn't remember much else about her. Do you mean my mom?
そうよ。
Yes. But I'm talking about your salad, Mimi, not my mom's. Why would it taste like hers? She was already gone by the time Maharu came to stay with us. She couldn't have taught Maharu how to make it.
人はね、死んだとしても、いろいろな形で生きた証を残せるのよ。
Proof of someone's time on
覚書きや
Earth?
日記という形でね。
Oh my god, is this Rhapsody? Are you my mom? Proof of someone's time on Earth can be left behind in any number of ways, even when they're no longer with us, like in notes or diaries.
昔、あなたたちと一緒に暮らしていた時、たまたまセツさんが書いたきんぴらごぼうの作り方の覚書を見つけたの。
A long time ago, when I lived with you and your father, I came across some notes Setsu had written about making burdock root salad.
私のきんぴらごぼうはそれを参考に作ったものなの。だから私の味はセツさんの味でもあるのよ。
I based my recipe on her notes, which is why my recipe is also hers. Huh. I had next to no memory of my mother. And yet I thought about how distinct the flavor was, and it did seem familiar in a way I couldn't quite place. I'd really like to ask her more about my mom and see those notes too. But should we really be talking about something only the two of us understand when all four of us are here together to hang out? If Tomonari and Kyoshiro are having a nice chat, maybe there's nothing to worry about. Suddenly curious, I looked back at the two of them. But wow. Tomonari and Kyoshiro were as silent as ever. It seems as if there's no point to leave them alone after all.
二人とも全然盛り上がってないわね。
It's dead
なんだ
back
かつ
there.
まらなそうだし。
They look bored. Maharu whispered into my ear, also sounding worried. Strange, right? They were more like their usual selves when we did the open air tea ceremony.
東條さんがいないからじゃない？あの人、いつも一生懸命場を盛り上げてくれてるし。
Do you think it's because Tojo's not around? He always keeps things upbeat. Cheap! The strange vibe that Komame had Komami huddled up in my arms too. I really like to have some fun since we came all the way out here to go on a walk together. What should I do? Change the subject. Ask why. Ooh. All right, let's see. After racking my brain for a little while, I came up with a simple idea. I'll just ask them why.
なんて？
Ask them what? Why they're being so quiet, of course.
ちょっと本気なの？そんなことを聞いたら今以上に気まずくなるわよ。
Well, are you serious? You'll make things even more awkward by asking that. Any normal person would take offense to being asked that, sure, but they were vessels. I found it hard to believe they were sitting in silence for no reason. In fact, they'd probably have no qualms about answering my question if I asked. I'd much rather ask an honest question than awkwardly worry myself sick. It won't be rude if I phrase it carefully. Once I'd made up my mind, I mustered up some courage and began to speak. Excuse me, you both seem awfully quiet today. Is something wrong?
ちょっと
Leah! I asked before Maharu had a chance to stop me. Tomonari and Koshiro turned their attentions to me without so much as batting an eye. They looked at each other before responding.
それなら単に話す必要がないから話していないだけだよ。
Oh, it's simple. We're not talking because there's no reason to. What do you mean?
野立ての時とは違って今日は明確な目的がないでしょ。だから何を話していいのか。
What? There's no clear objective for today, unlike the tea ceremony we did, you know? That's why we're not sure what to talk about.
美晴たちの邪魔をするのも得策ではないだろうしな。
It didn't seem wise to barge into your conversation.
それじゃあ友成と京志郎で話せばいいじゃない。黙っているのも気まずいでしょ？
So then why don't you two talk to each other? Isn't sitting here in silence awkward?
そうか？
Is it?
話題がないなら無理に話さなくてもいいんじゃないかな。今任務のことを話すわけにもいかないし。
No need to force it if there's nothing to talk about. I don't think we'd be able to keep ourselves from talking about work anyway.
だから僕たちはこれでいいと思う。
It doesn't bother us.
いくらなんでもそれは淡白すぎない？
Really? You guys are so indifferent about everything. It's so like them to say that, though. It was fitting for a vessel to not bother with anything pointless. And if they were bothered by it, then there wasn't really any problem in the end. I need to figure out a way to spontaneously include them in a conversation. I mean, the four of us are supposed to be here together. It sure is a sunny day and a bit hot. I looked around and spotted a river just up ahead. I could see the water sparkling in the light from the sun directly overhead. That's it. The moment I spotted the riverbank, I turned to face everyone enthusiastically. Would you like to hang out on the riverbank over there? It was August, although August was just around the corner. Autumn was just around the corner. Today was a beautiful sunny day. A bit of fun in the water certainly wouldn't hurt.
涼しげで良さそうじゃない。
That sounds nice and refreshing. Come on, no time to waste. Chirp chirp.
ほら、あなたたちも。
You too, guys.
行くか。
Shall we?
わかりました。
Sure thing. Everyone seemed interested. I don't know, they seemed like they were doing a mission. After watching Maharu make a mad dash for the river, Tomonari and Kyoshiro followed without a moment's hesitation. We rolled up our kimonos, then dipped our feet into the water.
冷たくて気持ちいい。
It's nice and cold.
水温も水流も問題ないようだな。
The water's temperature and currents both seem to be
寒くな
fine.
い？足元にも気をつけてね。
Aren't you cold, Leah? Watch your step. I'm fine, thank you, though. Cheep! Kamami chirped, hopping assertively next to the thing we placed on the ground. Apparently she wanted to get into the river too. Let me see. Komame, if I put you in the water, you'll just get washed
常
away.
に石を積み重ねて水たまりを作るのはどう？その中なら入れるんじゃないかな。
Why don't we pile up some rocks in the corner and make her a pool of water? That'd be enough for her to swim around, wouldn't it?
それいいわね。最高の水たまりを作ってあげましょう。
That's a great idea. Let's make her the best pool ever.
そういうことなら、この石が適任なのではないか？
In that case, would these rocks do the job? We gleefully piled up some rocks off to the side. Although it was nothing special, it was a lot of fun working on it together. Even Tomonari and Koshiro were actively participating, perhaps because they had a clear objective. Yes, this is exactly the kind of fun I was hoping to have today. A little while later, once we finished making a proper pool for Komame, I decided to plop her inside it right away. Chirp, 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 chirp. She's so happy. Oh my goodness, Komame immediately started splashing around in the water. I felt warm and fuzzy inside seeing her look so overjoyed.
気に入ってもらえたのかな?
Do you think she likes it? I think so. I haven't seen her look this happy in a long time.
やっぱり自然の中だと水遊びも気持ちいいわよね。
Feels great playing in the water in the great outdoors, doesn't it? Cheap! But then Komame must have stretched out her wings with all her might and caused part of the wall to crumble because she's strong. A large stone fell into the center of the pool, causing a huge splash. Cold! Unfortunately, Miharu just happened to be standing in front of it and got splashed with water. To add insult to injury, she was so surprised that she fell backwards into the river. I'm sorry, Mimi. Komame was just... Are you okay? No. There was no saving her. She was wet from head to toe. We had to put her out of her misery. Her hair and kimono were sopping wet. If she didn't do something soon, she'd probably catch a cold. Mimi, let's hurry up and dry.
いいえ、もういいわ。
Nah, I'm fine. What are you gonna do then?
決まってるでしょ?
Isn't it obvious? This! Miharu splashed me, catching me completely by surprise. I couldn't dodge because I didn't see it coming at all.
ここまで濡れちゃったらもう同じよ。全力で水遊びを楽しんじゃうんだから。
Oh my gosh, you see the voice of the bird? Because that sounded so on par. Now you're as wet as I am. I'm going to have as much fun in the water as I possibly can. Take this and this. Maybe the water's cold.
ほらほら、早く避けないとあなたもびしょびしょになっちゃうわよ。
If you don't escape soon, you'll be soaked too.
ちょっとミハルさん、それは。
Now, wait just a moment, Miha.
友成、京志郎、もちろんあなたたちも道連れよ。
Tomonari, Kyoshiro, you're going down with us. Tomonari and Koshiro were caught in the crossfires of her desperate attack. In an instant, everyone was drenched.
私が本気を出せばこんなものよ。みんな等しくびしょ濡れよ。
Now you see what I'm really capable of. We're all wet now. I can't just sit here silently and take this. Now that I'm already wet, what difference does it in a little more water make, right?
あなたたち反撃もできないの？これは私の一方的な勝利。
Can't fight back? Then I guess it's a landslide victory for me. Take that. And that. You got me good earlier, Mimi. Payback time. It's cold. It's so cold. Tomonari, attack her with me. Let's go. Get her.
よくわからないけど、わかった。
You're confusing the simple boys. I don't understand, but sure.
二人がかりですって？それなら京志郎、あなたはこっちに加勢しなさい。
You're
ここは大
teaming
人の
up?
策謀力で迎え撃つわよ。
Come on, Koshiro. Back me up. We'll hit them with a sophisticated counterattack.
つまりこれは戦か？どういう状態で勝利となるんだ？前提条件を教えてくれ。
Meaning this is war? What constitutes a victory in this situation? Could you explain the requirements?
細かいことはどうでもいいの。楽しんだ者勝ち。それだけよ。
Don't sweat the details. Whoever has fun wins. Now that Tomonari and Kyoshiro had been roped in, we all went out splashing around in the water. Fortunately, it was sunny, so even though I was soaked, I wasn't cold at all. In fact, the sunshine felt great. Then, what? Maybe I shouldn't have been staring off into the sky. The moment I took a big step forward, I felt my foot slip out from underneath me. Shoot! I slipped on some algae. Watch out! I fell backwards into the river. I wouldn't drown since we were playing in the shallows, but I was completely submerged from the waist down. Oops, I really took a tumble. Wait, huh? My backside doesn't hurt. As soon as that question occurred to me, I turned around and saw.
大丈夫？
Looks like she's wearing literally shorts. What's happening? What an interesting outfit she's wearing. Leah, are you okay? Huh? That much to my surprise, Tomonari was pressed up against me. It was then that I realized I'd fallen into Tomonari's lap. We were both drenched as a result. Tomonari, did you save me?
そのつもりだったけど、全然間に合わなかった。ごめんね。
I tried to, but I didn't make it in time. I'm sorry. Not at all. I don't hurt anywhere thanks to you. Is your back okay though, Tomonari? Did I hit you?
平気だよ。
Whoa! That's a lot of contact. What the heck? I'm perfectly fine. Tomonari smiled quietly, then wiped a few drops of water off my cheek. It's water. It's fine. Everything's fine. His touch was so gentle, I felt a smile instantly cross my lips. Ha! Well, that's good. Tomonari stared at me, his eyes wide open in surprise. It was such a rare look for him that I caught myself staring. What's wrong, Tomonari? Is something on my face?
おう、なんでもない。
No, it's nothing.
なんでもないはず。
Does he get murdered for having emotions too soon? At least it shouldn't be. Tomonari whispered quietly as if he were trying to convince himself. He placed a hand over his heart, perhaps to check his heart rate. Tomonari didn't take his eyes off of me the entire time. What's wrong with him? I can't sit still when he's staring at me like that. It feels strange. Maybe it was because he was holding me so close, but the way he was staring made me nervous even though it normally wouldn't bother me. I'll just look away for now.
ダメ。今確かめているところだから。ちゃんとこっちを見て。
No, don't. I'm trying to check something right now. Could you keep your eyes on me? Huh? Rather than pulling away, he drew his face even closer to me. Staring into his eyes at point-blank range even closer than before flustered me. There's 2 other people and a bird, I might add, in this area, and they're just watching this happen. It was so close that we could have accidentally kissed if we weren't careful. Check what exactly?
よくわからない。
I don't know for sure.
でも、君とこうしていれば何かわかるような気がして。
I feel like I will if you just keep doing that.
だから、もう少しだけこうさせて。
Do you mind if we do this for a little longer? I never looked into a man's eyes while pressed up against him before. That's fair. My cheeks were on fire. I could barely breathe. You would think I'd be cold given how wet I was, but the heat of my flushed cheeks were making my mind go blank. Tomonari, this is embarrassing.
恥ずかしい。どうして？
Embarrassing in what way? I don't think friends do things like this.
じゃあ、どういう人たちがするの？
Then who would? People in love? Married couples? Saying it out loud just made me even more conscious of what we were doing. You're just sitting in a pool of water. Calm down. I could tell it was making my eyes water.
そっか。だからなのかな。
Is that why? What do you mean?
なんでもない。
Nothing. He smiled gently before pulling his face away from mine slightly. Although the cryptic way he said it made me curious, this at least let me regain my composure. My heart is still racing. What in the world was that all
そ
about?
れより、全身水浸しになっちゃったね。これならどれだけ濡れても大丈夫かも。
More importantly, I'm soaked. I suppose it doesn't matter how wet I get anymore. True, now you're invincible. Tomonari and looked at each other smiling. We were both wet in a sorry but amusing state. We sat there giggling until...
なんなのよもう。2人だけの世界に入っちゃって。
Oh, for crying out loud. Get a room, you two. Boring. Now it was Miharu on the verge of losing her footing. Mimi! Despite bracing herself for a split second, Maharu lost her balance and fell into the river. Unlike me, however, she fell for it and was soaked from head to toe. Kyoshiro had been standing beside her, but he didn't move a single muscle. He simply watched as she fell into the water.
ちょっと何ぼーっと見てるのよ。そこにいるんだったら友成みたいに助けてくれたっていいじゃない。
What are you doing? Just staring off into space? You were right there. You should have tried to help me like Tomonari.
それも考えなくはなかったのだが。
The thought did occur to me, yes.
お前を助けると、彼らのように共倒れする可能性が高かっただろう。それはさすがに非効率的なため、見送らせてもらった。
It seemed likely that we'd both end up getting wet like them if I tried to help. I chose to stand by because that seemed fairly ineffective to me. What? That seemed to be the last straw for Miharu. She immediately stood up and splashed water in Kyoshiro's face.
この合理主義者、あなたのそういうところが嫌いなのよ。
It's always practicality with you. It drives me nuts.
だいたい非効率的だからやらないって何よ。あなたさっきからそんなことばっか言ってるじゃない。
You don't do things because they're ineffective. Oh, for crying out loud. That's all you ever talk about.
この子が頑張って間を持たせてくれようとしてるのに気づきもしないし。
Leah's been trying so hard to find a way to help pass the time and you didn't even
出会った
notice.
ばかりの頃から全然変わってないじゃない。
You haven't changed one bit since we first met.
何のことを言っている？
What are you talking about?
はあ？覚えてないの？あなたね、前にも似たようなこと言ってたのよ。
What? You seriously don't remember? You said almost the exact same thing before. Now, they're supposed to have identical memories. She met when I arrived in Edo. After being given a chance to work at the tea stall, I was trying my hardest to get used to living in the capital as quickly as I could. Kyoshiro was the only customer who regularly stopped by the tea stall while I was there.
お待たせしました。コシタです。
Sorry for the wait. Here's your surf tea.
ああ、すまない。
Many things.
お客さん、最近よく来てくれますね。うちのお店の味、気に入ってくださったんですか？
You come here a lot, sir. Do you like the way our tea tastes?
そうだな。
I suppose so. He responded briskly, then began to drink his tea to cut the conversation short.
すごく静かな人ね。一瞬で会話が終わるわ。
He's such a quiet guy. Any conversation we have is over in a split
こういう
second.
人、ちょっと苦手かも。何考えてるかわからないし。
Definitely not my favorite kind of person to deal with. It's hard to tell what he's thinking.
いい加減にしてよ。あんたこの前もそう言って儲けを全部使い切ったじゃない。
Oh, give me a break. You said the exact same thing last time and still spent everything you
う
earned.
るせえ。俺が稼いできた金だ。どう使おうとこっちの勝手だろ。
Such a trap. It's my hard-earned money. I can use it however the hell I want.
喧嘩だわ。なんでよりによってうちの店内でするの？
Fight? Why does it have to be to do this at our tea stall of all
でも
places?
ちょっと時間を置けば仲直りしてくれるわよね。もう少し様子を見よう。
I'm sure they'll work things out on their own if I give them a moment. I'll just keep an eye on them for a while. However, their conversation seemed to be getting more and more heated with every word.
口答えするんじゃねえ。ぐだぐだ言ってるとぶん殴るぜ。
Don't talk back to me. Keep nagging and I'll knock your teeth
な
out.
んだい？やれるもんならやってみなよ。
Go on, make my day.
いけない。
This isn't good at this rate.
失礼。
Pardon. But at the exact moment Koshiro just happened to be standing beside them, karate chopped the man. What just happened? The man instantly crumbled to the floor after a single blow from Koshiro. Judging from the fact that his eyes were wide open, it seemed like he was out cold.
うちの店主に何するの？まさか殺したんじゃないでしょうね。一体どうしてくれる？
What are you doing to my husband? You didn't kill him, did you? What the hell did... Kyoshiro wasted no time karate chopping the man's wife as well. He looked down at the couple splayed out on the floor, then dusted his hands with a completely straight
よ
face.
し、片付いたな。
Well, then that takes care of that.
よしじゃないですよ。何をするんですか、お侍様。そんな乱暴な。
No, it doesn't. Why would you do that? I can't believe you'd do something so violent.
お前も困っていたのではないのか？あのまま放っておけば殴り合いに発展していただろうに。
Weren't you in trouble? That would have turned into a fist fight if I hadn't done something.
それはそうかもしれないですけど、でも話もしないでいきなり殴るのはちょっと。
Maybe it would have, but still, I can't believe you would hit them without any warning. You didn't even try to talk to them first.
二人とも頭に血が上っていただろう。だから話しても無駄だと判断した。
I
一
concluded
番被害が少ない手段を選んだだけの
that talking would have been a waste of breath because they were already angry. I simply chose the method that resulted in the fewest casualties.
でも。
But
もういいだろうか。こうしている時間ももったいない。
Are we done here? You're wasting my time. What? And with that brief remark, Kyoshido set down the money for his tea and left the tea stall without so much as looking back.
はぁ？何？今の。いくらなんでも感じ悪すぎじゃない？
What was that just now? That wasn't very nice at all.
っていうことがあったでしょうが。
And that's what happened. That was pretty terrible of him.
京志郎さん、その頃はどうして水茶屋に通っていたんだか？
Kyoshido, why were you even going to a tea stall back then?
お庭番の任務で張り込みをしていたな。
I was stalking at a target for an Oniwaban mission.
だからあまり騒がしくされると都合が悪かった。よって手っ取り早く片付けられる方法を選ばせてもらっただけだ。
A big scuffle would have been inconvenient for me, thus I took the quick and easy way of settling the issue. Then why did you say you didn't have time to waste talking to Mimi?
張り込みの対象が移動していたんだ。悠長に話していると逃げられてしまう可能性があった。
My target was on the move. If I took the time to chat, they might have gotten away. So you did have a reason, more or less. Maybe that'll be enough to convince her?
でも、そういうのは説明してくれなきゃわからないじゃない。
How was I supposed to know that unless you explained it to me?
そもそもお前がこの件について聞いてきたのは今日が初めてじゃないか？弁明する機会もなかったのだが。
This is the first time you ever asked me about it, no? I never had the opportunity to explain myself.
それはそうかもしれないけど、もっとやり方があるでしょ？なんでそんな誤解されるような言い回ししかできないのよ。
Sure, but there are other ways you could have done that. Why did you have to say things in such a roundabout, confusing way?
例えばあなた、この間だって。
Take the other day, for instance. Maharu then started airing all her grievances with Kyoshido that she had been keeping bottled up. He listened to her, looked puzzled. Uh-oh, maybe I should intervene.
ちょっと待って。
Hold on. When I tried to, albeit hesitantly, to step in between them, Tomonari reached out and caught me by the arm. Tomonari?
多分ここは二人で話をさせてあげた方がいいと思う。
It might be best to let them talk it out. This is the first time they've ever cleared up misunderstandings.
だいたいあなたはね、いろいろと淡白すぎるのよ。そういうことばっかりやってると、私みたいに勘違いされて嫌われるわよ。
You're so indifferent about everything. When you go around acting like that, people like me misunderstand and hate you for it.
しかし、誤解が解けたのなら問題ないのでは？
What's the problem? We've cleared up the misunderstanding, haven't we?
私だけ解けてもしょうがないでしょう。
What's the point if I'm the only one trying?
だから、お前との仲が改善されたのならそれでいいだろうに。
What does it matter if we've made amends?
は何言ってるのよ。改善なんてされてないんだからね。
Huh? What are you talking about? No, we haven't. Perhaps Tomonari was right. Despite everything she said, Maharu doesn't really seem to hate Kyoshido. If she did, she wouldn't even bother doing this. When I lived in my hometown, the villagers had all avoided me. Maybe this was Maharu's way of meeting Kyoshido in the middle. You're right. Why don't we give them some space?
じゃあ、風邪ひくといけないから軽く拭いちゃおう。
Sure, let's wipe some of this water off of you then. I wouldn't want you to catch a cold. Thank you. Tomonari then pulled out a hand towel from his kimono and used it to wipe my face dry. His overprotectiveness made me blush a bit. It's not a little kid, you know, you don't have to do that.
僕がしたいだけだから気にしないで。
I did it because I wanted to, don't mind me. Meanwhile, Tomonari tidied up my bangs. As he did so, our eyes met again. Gulp, he's making me so nervous. I'm not sure if it's because of what we were just talking about, but I can't stop thinking about how strange it feels. Either way, I'm far too unworldly for this. You should probably dry off too, Tomonari.
So?
Should I now? To hide my lack of composure, I took the cloth from Tomonari and dried him off too. As I laid eyes on Tomonari smiling happily at me, I could feel my heart going wild. Interesting. Since that day, we continued to all go about our work silently. Days later, there still hadn't been any developments in the case. Nothing much happened today either.
平和なのはいいことだ。前回良いかが出たのももう10日前だったか?
I'm glad it's been peaceful around here. It's been about, what, 10 days since the last time a Blightfall appeared?
残留思念はどう?
What about the emotional imprints, Leah? I didn't see many, but they were stuck to everything like spider webs before. But they're almost completely gone now. It seems to be like this all over Edo, not just in Samurai Town.
それって残留思念が増えるような出来事が起こっていないから。
Because nothing would create more has happened? Maybe.
もしかしたら例の商人もすでに江戸から出て行っちまったのかもしれないな。
The dealer might have left Edo.
事件は解決できないわけだが。
If they did, I don't see how we've all been able to crack the case. Tojo muttering put a lump in my throat. I looked up at the sky. Be able to crack the case if they did. Okay. Awash in the glow of the sunset, Samurai Town was at peace, its quiet remaining unbroken. Maybe that's a good thing. This town is no place for fighting. It's called Samurai Town. That sounds like the perfect place for fighting. Quiet moments like these are so much more fitting.
そういえば前の休み、ミハルさんたちと一緒に出かけたんだろ? たくさん
Speaking of
楽しんで
lunch,
きたか?
didn't you guys go somewhere on your last day off? Did you have fun? Yeah, I had a great time. We all played in the water together and had a picnic lunch.
京志郎さんと友成が水遊び? おいおい、本当かよ?
Kyoshiro and Tomonari playing in the water? You're not pulling my leg, are you? They really did it, right, Tomonari?
面白かった。水が気持ちよかったし、お弁当も美味しかったよ。
It was
また
fun.
行きたいな。
The water felt great and lunch was delicious. I'd love to go again.
友成がそんな風に言うなんて珍しいな。次に機会があったら、俺も参加してもいいか?
I rarely ever hear Tomonari speak this way. Do you mind if I join you if you guys go again?
でも国高は寺子屋があるでしょ?
Don't you have a school to run, Kunitaka?
そうなんだよな。
I suppose I do, yeah. If you wouldn't mind, Tojo, what if you brought the school children with you? I'm sure they could make it work if you said you were taking them on a field trip to the outskirts of Edo.
あ、それは名案だな。あいつらもきっと喜ぶ。
That's a great idea. I'm sure they'd love that. Just as our conversation started picking up, we hear a bird screech loudly. I turned to see what it was and watched as a large hawk immediately land on a nearby wall.
Abbaか?
Abo? Abba? Abba, is that hawk's name? It looked like we got a letter attached to his leg. Did something happen?
読んでみないことには何とも言えないな。
Hard to say without reading it. Tojo walked up to Abo, his head cocked in confusion. He definitely untied the letter from Abo's leg, then immediately began scanning its content.
ああ、お頭からだ。ちょっと近所で何かあったみたいで。
It's from the captain. Seems like something happened nearby. I'm gonna take a quick break because I need to go to the bathroom. Plus, I work today, so I need to also make sure I'm ready for that because I got a ride in a few hours. All right, 1 sec. Cha 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 cha. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. I heard what I thought was a mouse. And I think I've mentioned this at least once on a previous stream a few months ago, or a couple months ago, actually, not a few. My sister kept hearing a sound in our kitchen, and it was a mouse or a rat, actually, in our cupboard that was climbing down like the air duct that they use above the stove for to let the hot air out, like when you're using the stove and stuff like that spot. So it was climbing through a gap up there, and that cabinet was where we kept a lot of our dry goods. So it was eating dry goods almost every day, apparently, because my sister's like, I keep hearing the sound, I don't know what it is, and I'm like, it's a mouse. It's definitely an animal. After I heard it, and so I was like, let's open the cabinet, and then we opened the cabinet and came face to face with a rat that was like this big. It's like this big, and we were so confused because I expected there to be like a hole in my cabinet where he was sneaking in from after we cleared it out later. There was no hole, but it's like he's just squeezing through this gap. We found out because we have a microwave above our stove that he had chewed through the cord on that a bit where it was exposed, so they were ordering us a new microwave. Still haven't got the new microwave yet. They put a mouse trap in there, and a couple weeks ago it caught something. It did not do its job, and it was alive, and we called security and told them, hey, this happened, please help, it's struggling, and I'm like on the couch almost in tears. So they basically said, yeah, I don't know why they told you to call us. So I took it outside, but now I'm more paranoid than ever because we live in a complex that has a lot of plants, and so because of that, there's a lot of animals that end up showing up. So now I'm paranoid. Maybe we have mice somewhere else in our house. But yeah, I heard what sounded like chewing, but I wasn't in the kitchen, so I'm like, standing there for a few minutes, like, what is this sound? But I don't know if it was the door or a mouse, and I didn't want to investigate further. Anywhoosies, scene. It's from the captain. It seems like something happened nearby. The further he read, the sterner the look on his face became.
どうしたの国高
I'm just saying, like, I don't want another mouse in my house. So the one that ended up getting caught, I freed it. I fought everything. It was like a little field mouse. Like, I climbed up there. I got I had to get a plate to put the trap on. I had to Google the trap that it was in because it was alive and you could hear it thrashing. And I was like, I can't listen to this. I'm gonna cry. And because they wouldn't come and get it, I was like, whatever. I'm gonna go to the streets. I'm gonna free this little guy. So I'm just like, now what if there's more? What if there's more? What if there's more? Because I already have a chinchilla. You know what I mean? Like, would I be surprised if I seen rodent dropping anywhere? It's probably the chinchilla, right? Oh, God. Anyways, what's wrong, Kunitaka?
事件だ。お頭が先に現場へ向かっているみたいだから、
It was probably the
俺たち
wind.
もすぐに
It
合流し
probably
よう。
wasn't something chewing. I can be wrong. There's been a crime. The captain's on his way over to the scene. Let's get going right now and meet him there. Crimes are pretty rare in Samurai Town. This is the first he's used a letter to summon us, right?
殺しだからな。
It's because someone was murdered. What? Who was murdered? Huh?
人が殺されたんだ。緊急招集くらい当然だろう。
Someone was killed. It makes perfect sense that he'd urgently summon us. The effortless way he said it left me speechless. I could almost hear the veneer of peace crumbling away. But no one else did, just me. The crime happened in a blind alley. With Tojo leading the way, we trudged forward, further and further down the alley until... What the... The first thing that caught my eye was the color red There was red liquid all over the ground. The light from our lanterns made it so strikingly vivid that it almost seemed to jump out of space at us. And with so many people trudging through it, I kept hearing an awful squelching noise. A metallic smell filled my nose. The stench was familiar. This is blood. There's so much blood. You jerks didn't animate it. In the center of it all was a man. The blood had came from lying face down on the ground, a tatami mat just barely covering the man's body. What is all this? The scene was so gruesome that it took a moment for me to accept that it was even real. Was it? Was it even really a person? The bit of skin that peeked out from beneath the bloodstained kimono was an unearthly shade of bluish black. Oh. You've arrived. Kyoshiro calmly walked up to us from where he had been standing further down the alley. Behind him were several people I could only assume were volunteer police and the constables.
ひどい状態ですね。これ。
Awful.
殺されたのは一体誰なんです？
It's just awful. Do you know who the murderer? Who was murdered? Mr. Kijima.
え？木島氏ってあの？
Wait, Mr. Kijima? You mean?
君は知らないよね。
You don't recognize that name, Leah? No.
老中の座についていた人だよ。吉宗様が将軍になってからずっと仕えてたんじゃないかな。
He was on the Council of Elders. He served on the council ever since Lord Yoshimun became shogun. You don't say. None of this was sinking in despite Tomonari going out of his way to explain it to me. My eyes were glued to Mr. Kijima, lying there in a pool of his own blood.
それでお頭、どうして事件が発覚したんです？
How was the crime discovered?
近所の住民が遺体を発見したらしい。今のところ下手人の姿を見た者はいない。
One of the local residents appeared to have found the body. As of right now, no one actually saw the killer.
木島氏は勤めを終えて帰宅しているところを狙われたようだな。
It looks like Mr.
つい先ほど
Kijima
城を出たばかりだと聞いている。
was targeted on his way home from work. We heard that he'd left the castle not long
た
before.
またまお付きの者もいなかったようだ。
His attendant just so happened to be there with him.
そうなんですか。でもそれなら町奉行の管轄じゃないですか。
Doesn't
なん
that
で俺
mean
たち
that
を呼んだん
this
で
is
す？
under the city commissioner's jurisdictions though? Why'd you call us here?
これを見ればわかる。
You'll understand once you see this. Kyoshiro replied curtly while simultaneously removing the tatami mat from the top of Mr. Kijima's body.
これは
What the devil? We only learned that there was a giant hole in Mr. Kijima's back once his body was uncovered. The hole was so deep it went all the way through to his stomach.
見ての通り、致命傷となったのは腹部の穴だ。これほど大きな傷を作るなんて人間には不可能だろう。
As you can see, the cause of
良い
death
かの仕業としか考えられない。
is the hole in his abdomen. Humans aren't capable of creating wounds this large, meaning it could have only been from a blight fall.
確かに。良いかの触手に貫かれたらこんな感じにはなりそうですね。
For sure, it definitely looks like if you got stabbed by a blight falls filler.
お前の目には何か見えているか？
Leah, can you see anything?
どうしたの？
Oh no, her eyes are dead. She's got dead eyes. You killed this girl. What's wrong? Oh, the color came back in her eyes. Huh? What now? I missed what they said. What were they talking about just now?
遺体に不審な糸や残留思念は見えるかと聞いているのだが。
I asked if you see any suspicious threads or emotional imprints on the body. Right, my apologies. Well, I checked the body once more. Dark red entrails and white bones stuck out of Mr. Kijima's gouged back. It was horrible. I wanted to look away. The only saving grace was that he was lying face down, so I couldn't see the deceased face. Just looking at it made me feel sick. I shivered even though it wasn't cold outside. Still, I kept my eyes on the body. I'm the only one who can see threads. I have to look, and carefully too. Once I'd burned the corpse into my memory, I turned around to face everyone. I can see black threads all around the wound. I don't often see this many threads stuck to something.
そうか。ならやはり良いかの犯行だろうな。
Really now, the murder must have been committed by a Blightfall then.
ですが、ヨイカがいきなり殺しをするなんて珍しくないですか？
Isn't it rare for Blightfall to kill out of the blue like this? Well, maybe. Hear me out.
普通のヨイカだったら
It's being
適当
controlled.
に暴れて住民から負の感情を引き出すくらいのことしかしないはずですけど。
Normally, Blightfall only seem to bring out negative emotions in people when they run amok.
普通の良いかだったらな。だが、人間が元となった良いかだったら話は別だろう。
But that's if we're talking about a normal Blightfall. A Blightfall that used to be human is a different story altogether.
例えば、木島氏に強い恨みを持っていた者が良いかになった場合、井の一番に木島氏を狙うはずだ。
Let's say someone held strong grudge against Mr. Kijima, and if that person turned, Mr. Kijima would have been their first target.
ああ、その可能性は否定できませんね。
Can't rule out that possibility.
そういえば、少し前に幕府の要人の間で不審な黒い影を見かけるって噂がありましたよね。
Speaking
それ
of
は関係ないんです
which,
か？
there were rumors of suspicious dark shadows going around between shogunate officials not long ago. Do you think it might be related in some way?
黒い影が良いかだったという可能性もあるな。だとすれば、お庭番でも最初から調査するべきだったかもしれない。
It's entirely possible that the dark shadows were Blightfall, in which case maybe the Oniwaban should have been looking into that to begin with. Kyoshiro and the rest continued talking based on the information I'd gathered. I couldn't bring myself to participate in the discussion at all, though. The only thing I could think about was the corpse in front of me. Red, white, black, and brown. I eventually got to the point where I only perceived his body in terms of colors, reduced to primitive symbols, and sight of the body etched itself even more intensely in my mind.
大丈夫？
Are you alright, Leah? What?
さっきからずっと同じところばかり見ているよね。
You've been staring at the same spot for a while now. Was something wrong? No, it's nothing. I'm fine.
でも顔色が悪いよ。それになんだかぼーっとしているみたいだし。
You look pale though, and you've been staring off into space. It's nothing, bro. I'm fine. You're being dramatic. I'm fine.
もしかして死体が怖いの？
No, Tomonari. I would never be afraid of a dead body. Does a dead body scare you? Bullseye. Tomonari explained it all with a simple expression. I couldn't manage to come up with any kind of response. Tojo and Kyoshiro both shot me looks of concern, perhaps realizing how oddly I've been acting.
そうか。お前が来てからはなんだかんだ言ってこういう残虐な事件は起きてなかったからな。
Yeah, and I'm a girl. Think about it. I shouldn't be exposed to such, I don't know what the right word is here. Treat me nice. No. Ask me if I'm okay with seeing a dead body before you show it to me. Let me be mentally prepared. We haven't had a crime this savage go down since you got here.
任務がこなせそうにないなら帰ってもらっても構わない。あとは我々の方で対処しよう。
You're all supposed to protect me. I'm supposed to be protectable. You've said this to me, my goodness. You're welcome to go home if you don't think you'll be able to carry out your duties. We can take it from here. You can't say that to her. She's a strong woman.
僕もそう思う。無理そうなら一旦ここから離れた方が。
Yeah, you can't say, stay away. That's calling me weak. I will refuse to be called weak. It's too much for you. It might be best if you stay away for a little. I'm fine. I can handle.
はい。この人が殺されたところを見ていました。
Yes, sir. I saw when he was murdered. As we talked, I heard something shocking said behind me. When I looked back in surprise, I saw a civilian of Samurai Town talking with the police officer at the other end of the alley. We finally had a witness.
最初はふらふらと危なっかしく歩いている人がいるなと思って眺めていただけなんです。
At first, I was only watching because I saw a guy limping
多
along.
分酔っ払ってたんじゃないですかね。
I
ブツ
figured
ブツと何かをつぶやいているみたいでしたから。
he might have been drinking since he was mumbling something to
心
himself.
配だし声でもかけようかと考えていたら、先に誰かが木島氏に近づいてきたんですよ。
I was concerned and thought about saying something to him, but then someone else approached Mr. Kijima first.
驚きました。その人が腕を振り下ろした途端、何もないところから化け物が出てきたんです。
Took me by surprise. The moment he swung his arm, a monster appeared out of
そ
nowhere.
いつは木島氏を襲うとすぐに消えてしまって、怪しいやつもそのまま城下町の方に駆け去ってしまいました。
It disappeared immediately after attacking Mr. Kijima. Afterwards, the suspicious-looking guy took off towards Castletown.
おい、そいつの人相は覚えているか？
You there, do you remember what the killer looked like? Pardon? Kyoshiro stepped in from behind the man cutting into the conversation. The witness seemed a bit bewildered by this abrupt interruption, but Kyoshiro paid him no mind.
化け物を呼び出した人物のことだ。それだけ長い間見ていたのだから覚えているだろう。
So someone summoned a monster you were watching for a long time. Do you remember anything about them? Oh, let's
それは
see.
男か女
Was
か
it a man or a woman?
男だったかな。いや、女だったかも。年はちょっとわからないな。
You're useless to me.
でも、どうだったかな。
A man, I think. No, maybe a woman. Hard to tell how old they were. Not sure how tall they were either. The moment Kyoshiro asked him that question, the witness looked down at the ground unsure. Despite giving a clear account of everything that had happened up to that point, his testimony suddenly became completely incoherent.
わかった。協力感謝する。
Understood. Thank you for your cooperation. Kyoshiro cut the conversation short there and reconvened with us.
これでヨイカが関わっていたのは確定だな。
That confirms a Blightfall was involved.
今の話が本当なら、ヨイカが召喚されたってことですからね。まるで天一坊みたいだ。
If what he said is true, that means that somebody summoned a Blightfall just like Tenichibo.
だけど天一坊がやったわけじゃないよね。あの勾玉は壊れちゃったし、本人は牢屋敷にいるんだから抜け出すこともできない。
That doesn't mean that Tenchibo did it, though. His Magatama is broken, and he's also in jail right now. There's no way he could have escaped.
だな。だからもし同じことをできるやつがいるとしたら。
True, what if someone else who's able to...
例の商人だけか。
Wasn't the dealer the only one?
天一坊みたいに利用されている人っていう可能性はないんですか？今断定するのは難しいような。
Okay, we have two locked routes, right? One is the hot boy with the pink hair. He's a little sussy. I will say he gave off sussy vibes, but if this person couldn't tell if it was a guy or a girl, wouldn't it likely be the person who is an actor who plays girls sometimes? Maybe? Isn't it entirely plausible that someone's being used just like Tenchibo was? Although at this point it's hard to make any assertions.
先ほどの証言を聞いていただろう。目撃者は下手人の特徴を何一つ記憶していないようだった。
You heard the witness's testimony earlier, didn't you? He couldn't remember a single thing about the killer.
どこかで見た反応だと思ったが、天一坊と同じなんだ。奴に商人のことを聞いた時も似た反応をしていた。
I knew I'd seen someone react that way before. Tenichibo responded the same way when I asked him about the dealer.
つまり、商人本人である可能性は高い。
Meaning there's a strong possibility that this is also the dealer's doing.
なるほど。
I see.
じゃあ、例の商人は人の記憶を消し去る術が使えるってわけか。
Does that mean that the dealer has the ability to erase people's memories? Most definitely. Getting that vibe. Okay.
黒い影の噂も商人と関係あるのかな
Do you think the dark shadow might have something to do with the dealer? I also agree with that. Tomonari. Bang up job.
天一棒を使って幕府に揺さぶりをかけようとしていたなら、要人殺しを企んでいてもおかしくはないし。
If they were trying to use Tenchibo to shake up the shogunate, plotting the murders of key players wouldn't be out of the question.
ああ、その可能性も否定できないよな。
Oh. Can't deny that possibility either.
何にせよ、お庭番としては対策を練らなくてはならない。
At any rate, we Oniwaban need to refine our strategy.
殿や他のお庭番への報告は俺がしておこう。
I'm so confused.
要人の警護の強化についてもこちらで手を回しておく。
There's so many random notes on my thing. Sorry. I don't know. Have you ever looked at your paycheck and went, dang, that's a lot of taxes? The post today. I'll report to Lord Yoshimun and the other Oniwaban. I'll put some strings to get added security for other shogunate officials.
それじゃあ俺は木島氏の遺体を運んでおきます。良いかが関係しているなら、お抱えの陰陽師たちに一回見てもらう必要がありますよね。
I'll move Mr. Kijima's body. If Blightfall are involved, we'll need to get the soothsayer's opinion on this as well.
なら僕は周辺の調査と聞き込みをします。
Is Lord the Lord guy, right? The big guy? Wait, who's the soothsayer? Is that not him? Because he's the one that can create vessels. Am I right? Have I forgotten? I'll do an investigation on the area and question anyone else I find.
いいだろう。では、お前も友成と共に回ってほしい。
Great. Leah, I'd like you to join Tomonari.
目撃者の様子から察するに、人から情報を得るのは難しそうだが、お前の目なら何かをつかめるかもしれない。
Based on what you saw of the witness, I presume it'll be difficult to get information out of anyone. Your eyes might catch something else we can use. Yes, sir. The Oniwaban had decided on a plan of action. After that discussion, everyone split up to complete their individual task. Tomonari, the last person left at the crime scene, gave me another worried look.
それじゃあ一緒に頑張ろう。できそう。
Alright, let's do this. Do you think you'll manage? Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll start by checking for emotional imprints. I nodded my head to spur myself on, all while trying to avoid catching another glimpse of the body. Right. If I didn't look at it, or rather if I pretended not to look at it, I had nothing to be afraid of. If I lie to myself, I'll be happy. Still, there was one other problem. I couldn't find anything unusual about the emotional imprints in the area other than exactly where the murder had happened. Nothing else had changed.
何かおかしなところはあった？
Does anything stick out to you as odd? No, not really. There are more emotional imprints where the body was, but those are there because that's where the murder happened.
下手人が逃げていった方向は確か城下町の方だって言っていたけど。
What about the direction the killer fled in? The witnesses said they were definitely headed for the castle town. I don't see any over that way either. Black threads would normally spawn from someone capable of doing something this horrible. Why aren't there more then? Because they're a vessel. Am I right? Am I on the right track? Quick, who has spoilers?
よくわからないけど、使われている良い
I
か
mean, a
が召喚でき
vessel's
るやつだからじゃな
only
い。
doing what they're told to do, right? So, no idea. Do you think it's because the Blightfall's being used? Are you being used are the kind you can summon?
前に君が言っていたけど、天一坊が良いかを呼ぶとき、勾玉から黒い糸が出てきていたんでしょ？
You mentioned earlier that when Tenchibo summoned the Blightfall, the black threads came from his Magatama, right?
だから、召喚を解除すれば、黒い糸の痕跡もきれいに消えるはず。
Any traces of black threads would have completely vanished when the summoning was called
天
off.
一坊本人が黒い糸を撒き散らしているなんて話は、君から聞いたこともないし。
I never heard you mention Tenchibo spreading black threads around. I see. There was a strong possibility that the killer, a Blightfall summoner, was no ordinary human being. In which case, I shouldn't expect to gather any information based on black threads. As we talked, we headed back to the scene. Everyone was gone. All of the volunteer police and constables had already left.
遺体。もう運ばれたみたいだね。
Looks like they've already moved the body. Seems so. Just looking at the blood trail, which was darker than they were earlier, sent a searing pain through my chest. Right when I looked the other way to take my eyes off it, I noticed something had fallen on the ground at the end of the alley. What's that? Leah? I walked up to it out of curiosity and could immediately tell what it was. It was a folding fan. It had fallen when the murder happened because it was covered in blood.
木島氏のものかな？
Do you think it belonged to Mr. Kijima? It might have. After picking up the fan, I thought to myself for a while, I wonder what Mr. Kijima was like. There's no doubt he must have been a very capable person if the Shogun valued him, having him around. To think someone like him could have his life taken so easily. It's too much to bear.
すみません。事件があったのはここですか？
Excuse me, is this where it happened? A woman came running towards us, her hair in disarray. Her shoulders were heaving and her breaths ragged, like she had ran over here as fast as her legs could carry her. Upon closer inspection, there was a very young boy close behind her. I'm sorry, and you are?
木島の妻です。町奉行から連絡があって来たんですけど。
I'm Kijima's wife. The city commissioner contacted me.
うちの人が殺されたなんて嘘ですよね。あの人はどこにいるんですか？それに。
He wasn't really murdered, was he? Where is he? And all this blood can't possibly be, can it? The woman asked desperately, tightly grasping the hand of the little boy following behind her. If she was Mr. Kijima's wife, then the boy next to her must be their son. The boy blinked in confusion as he looked from adult to adult, not yet grasping the situation. There's no way. There's no way I can tell them the truth.
落ち着いてください。
Please settle down. Boy, do not tell a woman in mourning to settle down. Oh, God. Unable to stand idly by, Tomonari stepped between Mrs. Kijima and me.
あなた。
And you are?
調査を担当させてもらったものです。残念ですが、木島氏が亡くなったのは間違いありません。
I'm in charge of this investigation. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but he has, in fact, passed away. No.
遺体は調査のため、幕府の方で預からせていただきます。後日、使いの者が知らせに参りますので、それまでしばらくお待ちください。
His body will be at the shogunate custody for investigation. A messenger will notify you at a later date. If you could please be patient until then.
あと、扇子が落ちていたのですが、これは木島氏のものでしょうか？
Also, we found a folding fan on the ground. Would it happen to be Mr. Kijima's? Tomonari pulled the fan out of my hand and held it out to Mrs. Kijima. She took the fan, her face as white as a sheet.
あなた。
My darling, There was no doubt that it belonged to Mr. Kijima. His wife was in such shock, she was barely more than an empty husk. She simply stared at the folding fan unblinking. Her vacant eyes saw nothing, much less the fan. I could clearly see threads, the color of sadness, detaching from her, sticking to everything as emotional imprints. There was nothing you could say in a situation like this. Tomonari and I just stood there, unable to say a single word. Now's not the time, Junior. Where is father? Kijima's son interrupted with a blight. That's right, smile on his face. I don't think I've ever seen that word used that way. His question caught not just me, but also Mrs. Kijima off guard. Even Tomonari wasn't able to answer him right away. This kid has this much understanding of the vocabularies. I feel like he would have caught on. I feel like this kid is a monster. Mother, you said I'd be able to see him if I came too. Does he have an appointment? When is he coming? You see, he's... He promised to come home early tomorrow and play with me. I think we'll be playing backgammon, but I don't know. This kid's a liar. This is a liar child. This child is pretending that he doesn't know what's going on, but he absolutely does. You do not just go into a tangent about your dad randomly in an alley with a bunch of strangers who are standing next to your crying mother holding a bloody fan. I'm going to show father that I learned in school. He's going to be so happy that I've been studying lots and lots. I hope I get to see him soon. Like a dam finally giving way, Mr. Kijima's wife broke down in tears the moment her son said this. Her heart couldn't handle the innocent, genuine things her son had said. Nah, he was a friggin' liar. Mr. Kijima's son looked up at his mother in confusion as she continued to cry, her shoulders trembling. Mom, why are you crying? Are you hurt? The more worried he was about her, the louder Mrs. Kijima's wailing became. In the end, no one was able to answer his question. Dude, give her a hug, bro. Be like, would you like a hug? Would you like me to walk you home? Like, come on. I don't remember much of what happened after that. After escorting Mr. Kijima's wife and son back to their residence, Tomonari and I walked around Samurai Town. Mrs. Kijima was really upset. Well, everyone acts like that when they lose a family member. My dad passed away. When he passed away, After watching the Kijima's family's tragedy unfold before my very eyes, the incident occupied my thoughts. There was one other thing I'd banished to the back of my mind and had tried not to think about until just now. What I'd seen earlier had been so shocking, it jolted my memories. How did I forget? I was the same way when my dad passed. His skin turned blue and he got colder and colder. Why didn't I notice that strange things happen around town when I'm the last member of the Hakuseki clan? I could have saved Mr. Kijima if I hadn't been busy having fun. After this, let's... What's wrong? Huh? I suddenly realized that Tomonari had been intently staring into my face as he walked beside me looking concerned. How long had he been watching me? I hastily worked up a smile and turned towards Tomonari to put him at ease. Oh, I'm sorry. We're gathering intel, right? I'm fine. We'll get it done quick.
Yeah. いいよ。予定を変更して今日はもう帰ろう。拠点まで送るよ。
No, it's alright. Let's change our plans and go home for the day. I'll walk you back to home base. What? Tomonari grabbed my hand and started walking towards the base. Startled since he didn't even ask, I nearly tripped over my own 2 feet. Wait, why? We aren't done
だ
yet?
って今日はもう無理でしょ。
Because today's been too much for you, hasn't it? Too much? What do you mean? I'm fine. I'm not even sleepy yet.
大丈夫じゃないよね。さっきからずっと上の空だよ。そんな状態じゃ任務なんてできっこないよ。
Yeah, but I have anxiety and insomnia, so I'm not gonna sleep if you take me home anyways. We might as well just do stuff. No, is that too real? You're not fine though. You've been spacing out for a while. You can't carry out your duties in this state. Wait a second. Does he think I'm just going to be in the way? But if I don't try harder, then there may be more victims. I'm really sorry. I'll try to focus on the investigation. Let go of my hand. I want to do the best I can for everyone's sake. I desperately clung to his arm. Tomonari came to a halt, his face contorted into a puzzled frown.
安心して。君の気持ちはよくわかるよ。
Relax, I understand your feelings. This person hiding hands, like me. But you just said I couldn't do my part.
うん。だってそれは本当のことでしょ。
I did, which is true, isn't it?
人間は精神が不安定になると仕事にも手がつかなくなるって聞いたよ。だから今は無理をせずに休んだ方がいい。
Tomonari, are you calling me emotionally unstable? Rude. I've been told humans are less effective at work when they're emotionally unstable. That's why I think you should take it easy right now.
それに君がそんな顔をしていると僕もどうしたらいいのかわからなくなる。
Aww. But also when you look at me like that, I'm not sure what to do. Tomonari? At first I thought he was just pointing things out in a very efficient and Vassal-like way. Oh, goodness. It really did seem like he was worried about me. Thank you. It made me happy that he felt that way, pure and simple. At the same time, I could tell his kind words were assuring. What is that? Oh god, I can't. The unease creeping into my heart. I'm sorry, I think I was being a bit naive. About what? When Lord Yoshimun gave me this role, I rashly assumed I knew what kind of organization the Oniwaban was. But I didn't know anything, not in the true sense of the word. I'll have to confront death a lot if I'm to continue doing my part. I'm not gonna lie, I want the bad ending already. It feels like it's dragging. I don't know. What if you get like chapter 6 and that's when the bad ending happens and it's just a natural bad ending? Like, I don't understand. I assumed it was like a switch. Like you get like a bad ending right away or something. Like, plot twist, you're not supposed to be here. I feel like they do a lot of monologuing back and forth in this one. I'll have to confront death a lot if I'm to continue doing my part as a member of the Oniwaban. I'm not the only one though, so do you and everyone else in the Oniwaban? There's also a chance Miharu or Komame might die. Komame's a bird, my dude. You just met that bird. I couldn't even picture something like that happening. It was so naive of me. His kindness had made me talkative. Before long, the worry and vulnerability I'd been planning to keep to myself spilled from my
大
lips.
丈夫だよ。君は僕が守る。君が望むのなら、美晴さんや小豆だって守ってみせるよ。
Look at this man. Peak. This is peak man right here. Everything will be okay. I'll protect you, Leah, and if you'd like me to, I'll protect Maharu and Komame too. My issue is I don't want to know what happens in his route yet. Like, just give me the bad ending already.
それに、お庭番のみんなの心配だってする
I
必要ない。
assume you get a bad ending because you can't know too much about his route yet, because obviously he was created by a pill bottle that came from either my mom or my dad. It could be either or. I feel like it would be the dad giving the pill bottle to the person because that makes sense. But she recognized it, you see, so hard to say. Also, you don't need to worry about the members of the Oniwaban. Oh, don't say that to me. Why?
だって、ほとんどがキコでしょ
Because most of us are vessels. We're heartless nothing.
僕たちは死ぬことなんて怖くないし、仮にもし死んだとしても悔いなんて絶対に残さない。
We don't fear death. Even if we did, we would have no regrets about dying.
そういう風に生まれたんだから、君が気に病む必要なんてないんだよ。
We were born that way, so you needn't worry about us. But I knew he was only saying that to ease some of the burden on my mind. Instead, all it did was break my heart. You know I can't do that. It makes logical sense, but it's not easy to just see things in black and white like that. You're alive, aren't you? It doesn't matter if you're a human or a vessel, you still have blood running through your veins. If anything, it made me feel very conflicted to know vessels were made that way.
その考え方は危険だよ。
That's a dangerous line of thought. Pained, Tomonari hung his head and pointed this out to me with difficulty. What do you mean by dangerous?
良いかが悲観的な感情に惹かれるのは君も知っているでしょ
Oh my goodness, you know full well that Blightfall are drawn to gloomy thoughts. Are you telling me not to be sad?
今みたいな気持ちをずっと抱えていたら良いかを引き寄せるばかりか君自身が良いかに侵食されてしまうかもしれない
If you keep letting yourself feel that way, you do right now, it won't just attract Blightfall, it might eat away at you. Yeah, but you telling me that just makes me feel worse, so it's your fault.
つまり君が良いかになることだってあるんだよ
In other words, you might become a Blightfall yourself. Let's do it! I want to see her as a Blightfall. That sounds cool. She's gonna have a little mask on her face. Tomonari's comment left me at a loss for words. Kyoshiro and the others had explained to me before, but this was the first time how risky all this was really hitting home. I might become a Blightfall. I immediately tried to check the threads around my own throat, but found nothing of the sort there. I'd never looked at my own threads since becoming aware of my powers. They weren't something I could see in the mirror after all. Bouncing back from what I just saw is easier said than done, though. As I stood in silence, unable to utter a single word, Tomonari muttered something under his breath.
もしかしたら君はお庭番をやめた方がいいのかもしれないね
Perhaps you should quit the Oniwaban. What? For a moment, I didn't understand what he said. Quit the Oniwaban? Me? Why? What are you
だ
saying?
ってこのままだとあまりにも危険すぎるよ君が良いかになるなんて誰も望んでいない
You'd be in far too much danger if you stayed. Nobody wants you to become a Blightfall. You don't even know if I will. Why do you keep talking about me becoming a Blightfall like it's bound to happen? Lord Yoshimun would never allow it in the first place. You guys need my
それ
power.
は時と場合によるんじゃないかな
I'm surprised that I'm not a Blightfall. I mean, if the Blightfall happened in Virtue Evermore, everyone would be Blightfalls. That would be just nothing. Everyone would die. Just a town of tendrils. That just depends on the situation, doesn't it?
白石の一族の血が流れる人が良いかになったらどうなると思う
Tomonari, are you getting too worried about me? I can't tell. What do you think would happen if someone with Haku Seke blood became a Blightfall? I mean...
僕はすごい強敵になると思うよキコが良いか化しただけでも倒すのが大変だって聞いたことがあるし
Did you just call my character a vessel? What did you just say? I personally think you'd be a formidable enemy. I've heard it's incredibly difficult to take down vessels who have morphed into Blightfall.
それが白石の一族だったらお庭番が束になっても叶わないかもしれないそんなことになるのは君だって嫌でしょ
That one day I was so upset. I wished I turned into a Blightfall that day. doesn't sound like it's a desirable like thing to be, though. To be fair, I don't know. If one of the Hakuseki turned, they'd be unstoppable unless the entire Oniwa band band together, and you wouldn't want that, would you?
だから、きちんと説明すれば、吉宗様だって分かってくれるよ。
I'm sure Lord Yoshimun would understand if you explained it well enough. Then Tomonari turned his honest, crystal clear eyes towards me. I couldn't bring myself to stare back into them. Can I just run away? If I get scared, if I can't take it, am I allowed to do that? I'd caused a lot of trouble for everyone if I become a Blightfall. No, I can't. There's no way I could do that. There's still things I have to do here in Edo. Sometimes you got to go off ape shit crazy and just destroy everything. Just everything. Logically, I knew there was no way I'd agree to that. However, I didn't have the resolve to immediately turn his idea down. As I looked down at the ground, unable to utter a single word, Tomonari softly put his hand on my back.
変なこと言ってごめんね。いきなりこんなこと言われても、すぐには受け入れられないよね。
I'm sorry for bringing all this up unexpectedly. I've asked you this out of the blue, so it isn't like you'll agree right away.
逃げるのは悪いことじゃない。人間なら怖くなって当たり前だよ。
Running away isn't always a bad thing, though. It's natural for humans to be afraid.
もし君が決意したとしても、誰も責めたりはしないと思う。だから。
No one would blame you if you decided to do that, so please don't push yourself too hard. Tomonari said this supportively while gently rubbing my back. His hand was so warm and gentle. I couldn't think of what to say. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go for a short walk.
でも今は夜中だし、危ないよ。
But it's the middle of the night, it's danger. I need to collect my thoughts. I cut the conversation and began wandering aimlessly around Samurai Town. Is this when I die? I knew Tomonari was watching me, but I couldn't bring myself to turn around. He just follows me. I have my own personal stalker. How far had my faltering steps taken me? Despite having plenty of time to come up with an answer, I hadn't been able to make up my mind at all. My mind refused to think. What should I do? Feeling helpless, I looked up and saw a beautiful sky strewn with stars. Dad, what would my dad have said at a time like this? He probably would have told me that if I already decided to do my best for the Oniwa bond, I should stick with it until the very end. Or maybe he would have told me it's okay to run away, like Tomonari did. The sound of approaching footsteps cut my train of thoughts short. When I looked up to see who it was there... Huh. Can I date it? I don't know. I saw somebody standing nearby. I knew someone was in front of me, but I couldn't tell what they looked like. They had a wobbly, shadowy appearance that was hard to make out, leaving me unable to pick out any distinguishing features. Did I drive myself crazy worrying so much? I knew somebody's there. Blightfall, get me right now. I know somebody's there, but I can't make them out at all.
男だったかな? Yeah.
I'm not doing flashbacks. It reminded me of what the servant had said earlier. Does that mean, is this the killer? Excuse me. Ball of gas. Are you a murderer? I totally understand the testimonial he gave if this is what they looked like. What do I do? Maybe I should call for... The killer slowly held a hand out to me. And in their hand, they were clutching a bright red magatama. A flood of black threads gushed out of the killer's hands in an instant. As the threads undiluted, they began to form something that resembled a person. A blight fall shaped like a person. This is totally different from what happened with Tenichibo. No sooner did that thought cross my mind than everything went completely black.
Kimi wa Yukima ni koi negau.
Unlock requirement not met. Watch one samurai town, castle town, and entertainment district affection ending. I was trying to. Well, there we go. Now we know. But. I don't know if you played Yomawari, but this, like, little bell sound, definitely that vibe. Okay. I do find it interesting that the picture of him holding out his hand, and then this one doesn't pop up in his actual route stuff, which usually they don't care if it's from the common part, you know what I mean? They'll still put it in here. Well, I guess we will start the next story with me fast forwarding to get to that one guy's route. Look how cute he is. Oh my goodness, I love him. Alrighty, well, we'll stop it here since it's been 5 hours, plus I am not actually fully ready for work yet. I'm still not sure I want to wear this dress to work. Hear me out. I'm in a mood. Yoichi, your husband. I'm so sorry, we'll go back to him. Look at him. I think he's suspicious, but you would already know that, so maybe he's not. But yeah, so that was... technically got us on one of the routes. It wasn't a good ending for the route, but we'll get back to it, and then we will start our story after tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow, so I'll probably start as early as I did today, maybe a little earlier. We went and got coffee this morning. Oh, thank you. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you hanging out with me as I ramble too much. Oh, don't do it. I saw you. I saw you. Oh, look, it's another guy. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate you watching and hanging out and giving me feedback and thoughts and helping me not spoil myself by telling me what I've missed. So thank you for joining me as well. If you guys are watching this on YouTube, you can see my more recent stuff on Twitch. And if you're on Twitch and you like to see the older stuff, I upload all my VODs onto my YouTube channel. Thank you so much for joining me today. Have a lovely time. Bye!